Chapter 1135. Yunting took a deep breath, a puzzled expression on his face. City Lord, why are you tolerating him like this? This Qin Yu is far too insolent. Blue Ocean smiled. Marquis 15 June is unfathomably deep. Since this person wants to give it a try, how about I help him? As for his attitude, he glanced at Yunting. You've been by my side for so many years. Haven't you realized something? In the abyss, strength always comes first. I don't have the confidence to suppress Qin Yu, so he naturally has the qualifications to be insolent in front of me. Yunting was puzzled. He didn't dare to say that he completely understood the City Lord's strength, but he was absolutely countless times stronger than what he saw on the surface. If Qin Yu could kill Qizhen, then he definitely had strength. But Yunting didn't believe that Qin Yu could compare with the City Lord. Blue Ocean could see his confusion but didn't explain. He hadn't placed much importance on Qin Yu at the start, but now, it seemed he had underestimated him. After killing Qizhen and taking revenge for the previous king's bloodline, would he replace Cloud Billow's position? If so, then it wouldn't be too much to value him even more. Moreover, Blue Ocean's mind was still echoing with Qin Yu's final words before he left, "Until we meet again." These words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Interesting, truly interesting. Perhaps there would be more unexpected twists and turns in this struggle for the throne. Blue Ocean took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes. No matter what, he believed that he would be the one to laugh in the end. For this goal, he had prepared for it all this time and had paid an incalculable price. He would not fail, he absolutely would not. As Qin Yu looked at the shadow on the ground and the bead that gradually fused into it, he relaxed and smiled. Such a difficult matter had actually been resolved so easily. It seemed his luck was quite good. He hoped that this good luck would continue until he returned from the nightmare ancestral land. However, placing all the blame on luck was clearly a very irresponsible approach to one's own life. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was waiting for the little blue lamp's next move. Time passed. After Qizhen's consciousness fell silent, at some point, a faint fluctuation appeared in the connection between Qin Yu and the little blue lamp. This clearly wasn't an accident. Although the little blue lamp didn't send any thoughts, it had taken the initiative to shake the connection between them. This in itself was a hint. If it wasn't trying to do something, then with the little blue lamp's cautiousness, it wouldn't have moved. Its long silence was evidence of this. In other words, it was preparing to do something. Qin Yu didn't know what the little blue lamp wanted to do, but his intuition told him that it wouldn't be simple. Originally, even if Qizhen had fused with his shadow and Marquis Qianjun was cooperating with him, Qin Yu still didn't have any confidence in destroying the nightmare ancestral land. After all, even Marquis Qianjun was terrified of the powerful being codenamed Old Turtle. But now, the little blue lamp's actions gave him confidence for the first time. Who knew how many people would go on stage in this big show, whether openly or secretly? Perhaps he could try and be the last person left on the stage. The battle against the Yong's territory was over. As expected, the giant crocodile king, the golden condor king, and the other 7 beast kings were killed. The Yong had given away 6 extremely precious beast king cores. The rest of the Yong beasts suffered heavy casualties, their numbers incalculable. Even though the entire battle hadn't been going on for long, it had already greatly damaged the vitality of the Yong beast territory. At the very least, for the next 1,000 years, they wouldn't have the strength to stir up any more storms. Once they had the strength, it would be time to reap the harvest. Perhaps the Yong beast territory's beast kings didn't know this, but so what if they did? If they wanted to live, they could only endure the humiliation. To put it bluntly, they could only kneel on the ground and beg for their lives. Of course, the nightmare demon race didn't come out without losses. The reason they only had 6 beast king cores was because the giant crocodile king had self-destructed. This strongest young beast king was only a single step away from breaking into the king's step. In a desperate counterattack, it tore through the suppression of the nightmare demon race and successfully destroyed its own crystal core. A peak demon commander nightmare demon powerhouse was unlucky and was entangled by the giant crocodile king. Without being able to escape, he was blown to pieces on the spot. The other nightmare demon powerhouses that attacked the giant crocodile king were all wounded. Some of them had serious injuries that would take several years to recover. Yun Wuyao was able to escape unscathed. In fact, this old fellow had been at the very front when they attacked the giant crocodile king. But he was smart enough and he ran quickly. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he immediately ran away, narrowly avoiding the core area of the explosion. This made the elder of the 7-kill race clench his teeth. Why didn't this bastard die? Because of the deaths of Qi Zhen and Yunlan, the ancient king's bloodline and the old king's bloodline had completely fallen out. Strictly speaking, the losses of the two sides were mostly due to each other's hands. Marquis Qianjun had a secret conversation with the elder of the 7-kill race and then went to find Yun Wuya. No one knew what they talked about, but both sides maintained a certain level of restraint and didn't start a conflict that couldn't be resolved. But everyone knew that the ancient king and the old king's bloodline weren't the winners of this time's young beast hunt. Both sides had lost their most outstanding successors. The fight for the new king's position might not be theirs. The elder of the 7-kill race knelt on the ground, ashamed. Patriarch, I am responsible for Qi Zhen's death. Please punish me. On the other side, the Guwang Patriarch had a calm expression. His eyes were slightly closed as he leaned against the back of the chair with a solemn and dignified aura. He slowly said, "Tell me everything from the beginning to the end." The elder of the 7-kill race didn't stand up. He continued kneeling on the ground and recounted everything that happened after entering the young beast's territory. The ancient king patriarch opened his eyes. There seemed to be a billion bolts of lightning flashing in his eyes. Was Marquis Qianjun involved in this? The elder of the 7-kill race hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Patriarch, I have carefully investigated. Although there were some coincidences, I didn't find any traces of him interfering. The ancient king patriarch nodded without saying anything. The elder of the 7-kill race gritted his teeth. Qi Zhen is dead. Who is our candidate? This was probably the most important matter for the ancient king's bloodline. No matter how outstanding Qi Zhen was, his death was meaningless. Whoever was chosen would instantly become an important figure in the entire family and would have the qualifications to reach the peak of power. There is no candidate. The ancient king patriarch's voice was still calm, but there was an inexplicable meaning in it. The elder of the 7-kill race froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could the ancient king's bloodline not be fully prepared for the fight for the new king's position? Now that Qi Zhen had been killed, the patriarch actually said that there was no candidate. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. There was a trace of bitterness and helplessness in the ancient king patriarch's eyes. The ancestral land had already given a reminder that the ancient king's bloodline would awaken and inherit the vacant throne. He had already determined that there would be no problem with the throne, so why would he make any other preparations? Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the ancestral land. But now, Qi Zhen had indeed awakened the ancient king's bloodline, but he had died midway. This was different from the ancestral land's reminder. What went wrong? Why would the old king's bloodline also awaken the ancient king's bloodline? Was the death of Qi Zhen and Yunlan really so simple? The ancient king patriarch's heart was filled with unease. It was because of this that he had come to Erfeng City and personally participated. Otherwise, he would never have come to Erfeng City that was so close to the ancestral land. This was related to a secret, a great secret that only a few people at the peak of the nightmare race were qualified to know. The throne was the hope that ensured the prosperity of a family. But it also represented some unknown terror. Suppressing his thoughts, the ancient king patriarch looked up. The old thing from the old king's bloodline has also come. I will personally discuss this matter with him. Pass down the order that no one is allowed to act rashly. The seven-kill patriarch respectfully nodded. He was strong, so he certainly had the qualifications to be arrogant. But the patriarch was stronger. As for how much stronger, he still hadn't clearly sensed the limits of the patriarch's strength. If it weren't for the will of the abyss limiting a race to only a single true king, he would have suspected that the patriarch had secretly broken into the king level. But even if he wasn't at the king level, the patriarch and the others absolutely couldn't use the strength of the demon commander level to restrict them. He wasn't a king, but he possessed strength comparable to a king. This was the ancient king patriarch. At the same time, in the ruined blue-tiled courtyard, Yun Wuyao was respectfully bowing towards the old man sitting in the main seat. This was a true old man. Qin Yu could clearly feel the aura emitting from his body, nearly condensing into reality. He was even shocked by the aura of decay. How could the other party still be alive? His thin and withered body was so thin that his skin wrapped around his bones. The sparse white hair on his head was so thin that it could be counted. But this old man, who seemed as if he would die at any moment, was the patriarch of the old king's bloodline. He was someone who could cause Yun Wuyao to bow so respectfully. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this true old fellow wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. He was surely a terrifying existence hidden within. Stand up. I know what happened. You've done well. The old king patriarch's voice was clear, but it was weak, giving off a weak feeling. His eyes fell on Yunlan. Girl, these years have been hard on you. We old things will make up for what we owe you in the future. Yunlan's eyes turned red. She fell to her knees. Old ancestor, your grandson hasn't suffered. The old king patriarch smiled and nodded, a gratified expression on his face. He gestured for her to stand up and then turned to Qin Yu. You are the Qin boy? Not bad, not bad. Before, Wuya told me that you were an outstanding young man. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Qin Yu's heart raced. As this old man's eyes locked onto him, he felt as if his entire being was being seen through. The only thing that could compare with this feeling was when he faced the demon-dragon race's elder subduing magic. As expected, the old king's bloodline still had a sea-calming divine needle. Qin Yu had long suspected that although Yun Wuyao was strong, could he fight with the ancient king's bloodline by himself until now? But the facts proved that the true big boss had only appeared today. But what was the reason? This was a major event that involved the struggle for the throne of the Nightmare King, yet the old king patriarch had only arrived at Darkpeak's city now. Thinking further, was the ancient king's bloodline and even the leaders of the new faction the same? After all, Qin Yu had never heard Yun Wuyao mention these people before. Did they not care about the inheritance of the throne? This clearly didn't make sense. But if they did care, why didn't they personally take control of the situation? To put it more bluntly, why didn't these old fellows, who were terrifying to the point of making one's heart tremble, directly go into battle? If they could become the patriarch, how could their bloodline not be strong enough? Were they not satisfied with the qualifications to become the Nightmare King? Were they simply a joke? At this time, countless thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. Then, a thought suddenly broke into his mind. Could it be that they also knew of the existence of the old turtle? As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's heart raced. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If it weren't for the fact that Qi Zhen had gone too far and caused himself to fall into a half-dead sleep, he would have definitely asked about it. If this was true, the waters of the nightmare demon race were 10 times deeper than he thought, 100 times deeper. Qin Yu's throat was dry and his voice was a bit tight. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." The old king patriarch smiled and nodded. "Stand up. There is no need to be nervous. Since I agreed to Wuya's proposal, I have long regarded you as one of my own. He coughed twice and waved his hand. Wuya, little girl Yunlan, you two can leave first. I have some matters to discuss with the Qin boy alone. Yun Wuya and Yunlan respectfully nodded and left. After the two left, the old king patriarch smiled at Qin Yu. He gestured with his hand and said, "Please sit. I apologize for offending you." Qin Yu shook his head. "Patriarch, there is no need to be so polite. I have no choice but to be polite. There are so many bad people these days. Who knows when one day they might accidentally step on a mine." The old king patriarch's smile faded. He calmly looked at Qin Yu. "Now, I hope that you can seriously answer a question of mine. Just who are you?" Qin Yu did his best to maintain his calm. He frowned and said, "This junior does not understand patriarch's meaning." The old king patriarch's expression didn't change. "You understand, so why must I say it? In this succession of kings, my clan does not have a royal bloodline, but the aura on your body is indeed that of a royal bloodline. Moreover, it is the aura of my clan's previous king. So, I need you to give me an explanation." He leaned forwards. Although he was old and decaying and his aura was extremely weak, in Qin Yu's perception it was like a great beast was rushing towards him. He could clearly see its exposed fangs, covered in minced meat, and the smell of blood assailed his senses. As if he would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Chapter 1136. As expected, the ancient king patriarch wasn't completely clueless about the ancestral land. "My clan does not need a royal bloodline." Just these words revealed far too much shocking information. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat and his face was pale. This had nothing to do with fear. Anyone below the king's step would have the same appearance when facing this old fellow. Of course, in truth, Qin Yu was truly a bit afraid. What nonsense, this old man could crush you to death with a flick of his finger. How could he not be afraid? If he dared to say he wasn't afraid, then he was either a dead man or an idiot. Although he was afraid, he didn't lose his ability to think. On the contrary, Qin Yu's thoughts raced at an astonishing speed. The first key was that the old king patriarch only found out today that my clan does not need a royal bloodline? That was definitely not the case. Since he already knew, why did he agree to Yun Wuya letting him replace Yun Lan and participate in the struggle for the throne? There were two possibilities. First, the old king patriarch wasn't sure if the information he obtained was correct. What if Qin Yu really was the reincarnation of the late king? Or, even though he knew there was a problem with Qin Yu, he still chose to tacitly accept it. But no matter which possibility it was, it showed that the old king patriarch had a hidden hostility and distrust towards the ancestral land. Otherwise, when he confirmed Qin Yu's bloodline, no matter what his true identity was, he would have immediately controlled him and investigated his origins. Within the nightmare demon race, the dignified patriarch of the old king's bloodline could be said to be one of the few people with the highest status besides the nightmare king. Yet, he actually held hostility and distrust towards the ancestral land. Even if he said this out loud, no one would believe him. But this answer could undoubtedly explain all the mysteries in front of him. For instance, the old king patriarch and the other incomparably powerful old fellows. Why didn't they personally intervene or even directly participate in the struggle for the throne? The greatest possibility was that they had already sensed some sort of threat and restlessness. If this was true, then the current situation wasn't as dangerous as Qin Yu thought it was. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "The patriarch really does know some things. It seems I can't continue to hide it." He looked at the old king patriarch. As Qin Yu spoke, his complexion didn't change at all. Qin Yu couldn't help but curse him for being an old bag of bones. For an existence like him who had lived for countless years, it was extremely easy for him to restrain his emotions. Trying to probe him with words and sense the fluctuations in his heart was no different from a fool's dream. Even if you could see the changes in his emotions, would you really dare to believe it? Who knows if what you see in front of you is intentionally shown to you? However, this matter had to be looked at from two sides. Sometimes, being expressionless was a sign that one's inner emotions were shaken. Otherwise, why would one need to hide it? Only a block of wood would be able to remain indifferent to everything. Qin Yu's thoughts continued to race. His voice was low and deep, revealing a bit of difficulty. This was because if he spoke like this he could speak slowly and he wouldn't be suspected. He would have more time to think. That's right, Qin Yu was making up a story. But making up a story was also a test of skill. In particular, the audience in front of him was an old ghost that had lived for countless years. Although Qin Yu felt that the situation wasn't as dangerous as he thought, who knew whether or not there was a problem with his judgment? If he was unlucky enough to be killed for saying the wrong thing, wouldn't he die an unjust death? I believe that the Patriarch has already sent people to investigate my background. Qin Yu lowered his head, a helpless smile on his face. Then you should know that a woman called Liao Shi once appeared by my side. In fact, the first person I saw when I opened my eyes was her. These words weren't wrong. When Qin Yu fell unconscious in the myriad soul Dao, the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Liao Shi. Thus, these words came from the depths of his heart. It was obvious that they were true. This was the highest realm of making up a story. To subtly transform one's own experiences and add in some art of language to trigger the thoughts of the listener. The old Patriarch's eyes flashed. It was clear that Qin Yu's words had shaken him. He did indeed know the name of that woman, Liao Shi. Moreover, he knew far more details than Qin Yu had expected. Although it seemed as if the aftermath of what happened in Giant Deer City was gradually fading away, there were still numerous clues left behind. For instance, He Tiangong's close subordinate in Merry Forest, the Fox Girl in the Thousand Eye Temple, and Niu Dachui, who had luckily completed his bloodline transformation. On the surface, these traces seemed fragmented and didn't point in any particular direction. But the old Patriarch's bloodline was powerful enough to obtain all the information and piece it together bit by bit. Then, it wouldn't be difficult to extract something useful from it. Thus, Qin Yu surfaced. And in the end, the old Patriarch's attention turned to Liao Shi. She had suddenly appeared in the dark abyss with Qin Yu. The source of their search was the Striped Crow clan. They should be the first group of people to see Liao Shi and Qin Yu. Further ahead, there was nothing. To cross the many layers of the dark abyss to trace the origins of two people was far more terrifying than finding a needle in a haystack. If it weren't for the fact that the nightmare demon race was strong enough and the old Patriarch had pushed for it, it would have been impossible to obtain any results. Of course, even if the old Patriarch took action, he still had to spend a great deal of time to slowly peel away the threads and obtain the final result. In the end, the conclusion that the old clan head came to was that Liao Shi was the most mysterious existence in the Master-Teacher continent. He Tiangang, Old Fox, and Shadowless Demon following Qin Yu should have been pushed by her in the dark. This matched up with what Qin Yu said. Just who was this woman? As the old Patriarch's thoughts raced, Qin Yu didn't stop speaking. He bitterly smiled and continued. Liao Shi disappeared. I don't know how to describe it. She was like a shadow beside me, slowly fading until all traces disappeared. I didn't feel any energy fluctuations, as if she really was just a shadow. In fact, I still have a lot of questions to ask her, but I didn't have the time to ask her. She lied to me and gave me a promise of 10 days, but when the time was up, she was going to disappear, and I didn't have the time to say anything. Qin Yu suddenly looked up and his eyes fell on the old Patriarch. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Patriarch, you are strong and knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of existence Liao Shi is? Will I be able to see her again in the future? Although she lied to me, strictly speaking, she lied to me twice. But I know that I owe her far too much. If I have the chance to meet her again in the future, I'll definitely find a way to return the favor. It's just that I don't know where she is now. Ever since Liao Shi disappeared, I haven't been able to sense any traces of her." The old patriarch suddenly said, "Before she left, did she give you anything?" Qin Yu nodded. "She did. Some potions that she refined. She said that they could be used to protect my life in the future." As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Demonic light surged and he took out a jade bottle. The old patriarch took it. When he touched the jade bottle, his movements paused for a moment. He poured out the potion and looked at it. Although his expression didn't change, his breathing was a bit heavier than before. Many years ago, the former royal clan leader had experienced a great change. Because of that, he had become what he was now. But even though his mortal body had withered to the extreme, he still had a breath of life left in him. This breath was enough for him to suppress the old patriarch's bloodline until now. His boundary was still there. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura from the pill in front of him. This was the smell of source energy. And in the abyss, the only ones that could use source energy to support a potion were the will of the abyss. Or perhaps those that obtained the approval of the abyss were peak existences amongst demon refiners, the abyssal walkers. But the old patriarch was well aware that Liao Shi wasn't the abyssal walker. If so, then the only possibility left was the strength of the abyss. As he thought, this matter was far more complicated than he imagined. Had the existence in the ancestral land already aroused the attention of the abyss? Marquis 15 June had launched a war against the Nightmare Beast territory. Calculating the time, they had indeed reached that critical juncture. Perhaps Qin Yu had appeared here because he was shouldering some sort of destiny. Perhaps he really was the reincarnation of the late patriarch. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "Patriarch, perhaps you don't believe me. I know my own name, but I don't have a past. To put it simply, I know who I am, but I also don't know who I am. It was Liao Shi who reminded me to come to Eventide City, and I instinctively sensed something about this place. Thus, I came here and entered the 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate. In the process, I sensed an extremely mysterious location. Although I don't know what that place is, my intuition tells me that it might be the ancestral land of the Nightmare Beast race." These words were filled with truth and falsehood. They were mysterious, but they all matched up. Qin Yu almost believed them. The old patriarch's complexion changed. He slowly leaned back in his chair, the terrifying aura he released gradually fading away. According to the conclusion he obtained from his investigation, he had no choice but to believe everything Qin Yu had said. Qin Yu knew who he was, but he didn't know who he was. Of course, he couldn't know, nor could he have his own will. This was because he was originally nothing more than a chess piece that the will of the abyss had attacked. In the end, he didn't know what the outcome would be. And the original form of this chess piece was likely the Nightmare Beast king born from the old king's bloodline. No wonder he had lived peacefully for countless years, but had suddenly vanished without warning. Now there was an explanation for everything. All living things born in the abyss existed beneath the will of the abyss. Even if the late king was suppressed in the world of the living, as long as the will of the abyss wished to, he could dissipate with a single thought. Qin Yu didn't speak again. His face was blank, but there was a trace of helplessness and hesitation. He clenched and unclenched his fists from time to time. The hall fell silent. After an unknown period of time, this silence was broken. "I already know who you are. There are many matters to attend to, so go and rest early." The old patriarch slowly spoke, his complexion becoming gentle once more. As he looked at Qin Yu, there was a bit of pity in his eyes. He felt that he had found the truth of everything. This truth was cruel, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was because the will of the abyss could not be disobeyed. Since it had acted, the result had been decided from the start. This time, there was bound to be some change in the ancestral land. But what would happen in the end? Would that person be able to continue existing? If it dissipated, Would it be a good thing or a bad thing for the Nightmare Beast clan? Qin Yu bowed. He paused for several breaths of time, his voice filled with anticipation. Patriarch, you know who I am, right? The old patriarch shook his head. You may leave. This old man cannot be certain of your identity. Yes. Qin Yu turned and left, his feet a bit heavy. After leaving the hall, he looked up at the skies at a 45-degree angle and let out a long breath. In this performance, he gave himself 99 points. Sure enough, pressure was motivation. Qin Yu felt that his acting skills had never been as explosive as they were today. He didn't give him a single point because he wanted him to remain clear-headed and not be too smug. In the end, acting was still acting. He might be able to play it smoothly once or twice, but what if he failed? In the blink of an eye, he would be hammered to pieces. If he had enough strength, what could the old patriarch do to him? Was there a need for him to be so cautious and be forced to awaken his acting potential? He had to directly suppress this old fellow. He had to be steady. He absolutely could not become arrogant. He had to remember that only strength was the foundation upon which he stood. As he secretly warned himself, Qin Yu strode away. Within the hall, the old patriarch looked away. Although he was here, he had seen everything that happened when Qin Yu left the hall. His silence, his exhalation, the struggle in his eyes, as well as his final determined steps, all of this became the last straw that broke the balance. The old patriarch confirmed his guess. Qin Yu was Qin Yu. He was the reincarnation of the previous king, but at the same time, he was also a chess piece whose fate was unknown. But there was a high probability that he wouldn't have a good end. After all, he was someone who didn't even have memories. In a corner of the hall, a shadow wriggled out. A respectful voice sounded out, "Patriarch, that person from the ancient king's bloodline requests a meeting with you." The old patriarch waved his hand. I understand. This was what he should do. Since everyone had come, they naturally had to sit down and talk. After all, there had been far too many accidents, so many that old ghosts like them couldn't continue to sit on the cloud fishing platform and watch the situation change. Qi Zhen should have become the new king, but he had already perished. Qin Yu had replaced Yun Lan's position and possessed the awakened royal bloodline. This chess game had already changed, and old fellows like them no longer had the qualifications to make a move. Perhaps waiting for the final outcome was the best choice right now. With a deep sigh, the old patriarch stood up. His body shivered, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But as he stood up, the entire hall began to shake. Creaking sounds filled the air, as if it were withstanding a terrifying weight and would collapse at any moment. With a single step, the old patriarch vanished from sight. Only the hall continued to tremble and wail. Poster, Bashir. Chapter 1137. No one knew what had happened in the dark. The conflict between the bloodline of the ancient king and the bloodline of the old king did not break out as expected. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. The deaths of Qi Zhen and Yun Lan had been quietly revealed. This was naturally very abnormal, but now, no one was in the mood to continue investigating the secret between the two parties. Because the Heaven's Chosen stage was about to descend. Within the territory of the Nightmare Beast, the 10 parties that hunted the most nightmare beasts would obtain the qualifications to enter the Heaven Choice stage. After passing the test of the Ancestral Land, 3 would be chosen to enter the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Even though the Young Beast hunting test had been interrupted due to the war with the Young Beast tribe, the hunting ranking was still there. The top 10 Nightmare clans were preparing with all their might to try their luck. Both the ancient king and the old king had lost their successors. This might be their best chance. If they succeeded, the entire family would rise to power and wield the power of the nightmare race. They would then obtain unimaginable rewards. The Heaven Choice platform is a part of the Ancestral Land. After obtaining its approval, it will bring you into the space of the Ancestral Land. There is no other way to enter the ancestral land. Yun Wuya looked at Qin Yu with a solemn expression. This is the final threshold before you. As long as you can cross it, you will become the new king of nightmares. His tone was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Qin Yu had already thoroughly awakened his royal bloodline. After entering the ancestral land, he would immediately obtain recognition. Those that entered the ancestral land with him simply wouldn't have any chance to resist. Thus, in Yun Wuya's eyes, the heaven-chosen stage was the only obstacle that the old king's bloodline had to face. The ancient king's bloodline would definitely think of a way to prevent Qin Yu from obtaining recognition. This was because after stepping onto the Heaven's Choice altar, he would no longer be able to conceal his aura. He had already reported this matter to the clan leader, but what puzzled Yun Wuya was that the clan leader didn't say anything about it. He merely waved a hand and didn't mention it again. Perhaps the patriarch had already made arrangements, but Yun Wuya felt that he had to be serious and warn Qin Yu to prevent any accidents from occurring. "And I understand." Qin Yu nodded calmly. Yun Wuya frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Did the chief say something to you? If you can't tell me, then don't say it." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He could somewhat guess what Yun Wuya was thinking, but the truth was that he really didn't feel any pressure entering the ancestral land. What was truly terrifying was after entering the ancestral land. There was no way to explain and he didn't want to say anything. He simply nodded, as if saying, "You're right, but I really can't say anything." A smile appeared on Yun Wuya's face. I knew that the chief had made preparations. How could he not have thought of the key to seizing the throne? Okay, then I won't say much. This is the information I've collected about the heaven-chosen stage. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Qin Yu received the demon crystal and said, "Can I go back and take a look? I still have some matters to attend to." Yun Wuya instantly understood. "That's fine. You can just take it back. I'm free these next few days. If you don't know anything, feel free to ask me." Qin Yu expressed his thanks and left. Without further delay, he returned to his dwelling. After Qin Yu closed the door, he could clearly feel some subtle changes in the space he was in. This change was different from Qi Zhen's previous actions. Qin Yu couldn't clearly feel what the difference was, but there was no doubt that it had isolated the aura of the outside world from the outside world. Amidst the fluctuations, Marquis Qianjun stepped out. Qin Yu's eyes fell on him and his pupils changed. Although the Marquis Qianjun in front of him had no flaws, Qin Yu could still sense that something was different. This wasn't the true Marquis Qianjun, but something similar to a projection avatar. Was he worried about the old royal patriarch who had already arrived? Besides this, Qin Yu couldn't think of any other possibility. His thoughts raced. He bowed. "Greetings, Marquis Qianjun. No need to be so polite." Marquis Qianjun lightly said, "You and Qi Zhen are equals. You and I are the same." Qin Yu stood up. "Then this junior will have to offend you. Marquis Qianjun, may I ask why you have come today?" Qi Zhen and Marquis Qianjun didn't need to be mentioned in detail. But, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu was currently cooperating with them, these two strange old fellows would have attacked him first. After all, as a product that existed outside of the rules, they would certainly be interested in Qin Yu's identity and origins. Qin Yu believed that Qi Zhen and Marquis Qianjun both hoped that he could smoothly destroy the ancestral land, so they absolutely wouldn't care about his life or death. Thus, towards these two formidable old ghosts, Qin Yu was filled with dread, but he didn't respect them at all. Marquis Qianjun clearly didn't care about this. He looked at Qin Yu and directly said, "I came today to give you the crystal core." As he spoke, he took out a pitch-black ring that seemed to be forged from some unknown material and passed it to Qin Yu. "Remember, the crystal core in this ring is a backup plan. You must not act rashly," Marquis Qianjun solemnly reminded him before handing the ring to him. Qin Yu nodded. Marquis Qianjun, rest assured that I know what is important and what is not. I will not joke around with my life or death. Marquis Qianjun raised his head and glanced in a certain direction. He subconsciously frowned and said, I should go. Tell Qizhen that anything that happens in the ancestral land has nothing to do with me. This is all I can do. As he finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. His figure moved, fusing into the ripples in space and vanishing from sight. In Qin Yu's perception, the strength that distorted space also faded away. In a courtyard of the blue tile courtyard, although it had been repaired, one could still see tiny cracks on the surface of the building. The old royal patriarch looked away. He lifted a hand and drank the tea in his cup. With a light pop, he placed the teacup on the table. That aura just now was incomparably obscure. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have never been able to sense it. But since it was intentional, no matter how obscure it would still leave behind some traces. He hadn't probed it, but that feeling was something that the old royal patriarch was certain he wasn't wrong, as he thought. This was the work of the will of the abyss. Qin Yu had concealed some things and hadn't said everything. But this wasn't important. Even if he was willing to speak, the old royal patriarch wouldn't want to know. If the will of the abyss attacked, even if he was just touched by the tiniest bit, there was a chance that he would fall into a vortex and eventually be destroyed. Many years ago, he had lived with death day and night. But now, he was still alive, and without accident, he would continue to live. The old royal patriarch didn't fear death at all. This was because the torment of his difficult existence had slowly worn away his fear of death. But he couldn't die yet. At the very least, before the old royal bloodline was born and a new guardian was born, he had to continue living. So, Qin Yu would continue to hide the things he wanted to hide. Through this matter, he had further confirmed his identity. A chess piece of the will of the abyss had fallen into this game. A great change was about to occur. Blue Sea bowed, his voice filled with reverence. Patriarch, rest assured that from this day forth, Blue Sea will marry into the clan. I will regard you all as my family and I will not betray your trust today. If I were to disobey you, I would be rejected by the abyss. The ancient king patriarch had a calm expression. I naturally trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen you as a candidate. He waved his hand and said, Go. The Heaven's Choice platform will soon descend. The ancient king bloodline will fully support you in obtaining the qualifications to enter. Yes. Blue Sea bowed once more. Then, he took several steps back and left. In the grand hall, another voice sounded out. Patriarch, why did you choose him? Then, another demon spoke up. Although Qizhen has died, there are still many outstanding juniors in my bloodline. Although Blue Sea is outstanding, he isn't one of us. The voices in the grand hall were filled with confusion and worry. But before this, not a single one of them had voiced any objections. This was the prestige and status of the ancient king patriarch. The ancient king patriarch lightly said, I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for all of you to say anything. He waved his hand, leave. Yes, patriarch. We will bid our farewells. Calm figures began to withdraw from the grand hall. As their eyes met, they could all feel the confusion and helplessness in each other's eyes. Blue Sea, it was actually Blue Sea. Let alone others, even they, who could be considered peak characters of the ancient king bloodline, felt this result to be inconceivable. What was the patriarch thinking about? The grand hall emptied out, leaving behind only the ancient king patriarch. Deep in his calm and indifferent eyes, great waves began to appear. Qizhen should have become a king, but he had died prematurely. From that moment on, the chess game was completely messed up. Since that was the case, why not throw in another piece of chaos? They could also see just what kind of strength was hiding behind Blue Sea. To make the situation even more chaotic, they could also borrow the strength of the ancestral land to destroy the claws of some people, Did they really think that the Nightmare Clan was something they could covet? Ancestral land. The ancient king patriarch muttered to himself. After several breaths of time, he lightly laughed. There was bitterness, there was gloominess, but most of it was mockery. He was laughing at himself, and he was also laughing at those in his clan who were like him. The ancestral land of the Nightmare Clan was known as the foundation of their clan, a place that was envied and feared by all sides in the dark abyss, but even people like them felt awe and fear. They needed to use the hands of outsiders to probe it. What a joke! 3 days later, the heaven-chosen platform descended. It was really just an incomparably large stone platform. Every inch of its surface was covered with traces of the baptism of time. There were countless cracks, and the aura of the passing of time filled the air. With just a single glance, one could clearly feel the endless time it had experienced. In the skies above, the violent spatial fluctuations didn't dissipate with the arrival of the heaven-chosen platform. Instead, they became even more turbulent. They were like countless raging waves surrounding the heaven-chosen stage, forming a terrifying sealing barrier. The heaven-chosen platform came from the Nightmare Clan's ancestral land and was a part of it. Naturally, it was only open to the Nightmare Clan. No one else could enter. If they tried to force their way in, this terrifying spatial barrier would be enough to completely destroy them. Qin Yu looked up. His eyes fell on the skies. Even though he was far away, he could still feel its boundless aura. And this aura, to a large extent, was because it covered an extremely large area, as if it covered the entire sky. A summoning strength came from the heaven-chosen platform, covering Qin Yu within. As time passed, it became increasingly strong. He had an intuition that as long as he willed it, he could rely on this summoning strength to be pulled into the heaven-chosen platform. Yun Wuya took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, today I will accompany you into the heaven-chosen platform, struggle with everything you have. As long as I don't die, I will ensure your safety." Qin Yu nodded, not saying anything. Yun Wuya laughed. "Let's go." Shwa. Their figures suddenly vanished from where they stood, causing several faint ripples in the air like stones falling into water. Chapter 1138. Qin Yu never imagined that from the moment he entered the Heaven's Choice platform, the competition would directly enter its climax without any delay. But what happened afterwards proved that he had underestimated the strength gathered in the struggle for the throne of the Nightmare race. The top 10 rankings of the Nightmare Beast Hunt were led by the Ancient King, the Old King, and the New Faction. Although the other 7 factions were a bit weaker, they were still powerful influences within the Nightmare race. As everyone gathered on the Heaven's Choice platform, an invisible repulsive strength erupted, pushing Yun Wuya and the other guards to the edge. Then, a stirring strength was released from the Heaven's Choice platform. It was able to stimulate the bloodline aura of everyone on the final list of 10. Simple and crude, but effective. The strength of the various abyssal races was established upon the foundation of their bloodline. On the Heaven's Choice platform, the 3 people with the strongest bloodlines would be allowed to enter the ancestral land. Of course, this was only a simple overview of the process. In reality, it was impossible to simply select the top 10. Without further ado, the bloodline aura of the 10 people on the Heaven's Choice platform began to break out from their bodies. Bang, 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 numerous blood-colored pillars appeared above their heads, shooting straight into the sky like smoke signals, wantonly releasing their own powerful pressure. This was the manifestation of the strength of their bloodline within their bodies. As time passed, the blood-red columns continued to grow taller and taller. 10 feet. 30 feet, 50 feet. Yun Wuya was expressionless, but his fists were clenched tightly within his sleeves. Even now, the matter of Qin Yu awakening his royal bloodline was a top secret that no one knew of. But soon, this secret would be exposed. Without a doubt, the first to fall out with him would be the Ancient King bloodline. Tilting his head slightly, Yun Wuya glanced at the 7 Kills clan elder out of the corner of his eye. It was still this bastard who came today. Although Yun Wuya was confident that he could crush the 7 Kills clan elder to the ground, these bastards would not give him a fair chance to fight. He had to cripple one of them first in order to deter the others. Otherwise, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to protect Qin Yu. And without a doubt, 7 Kill was the best candidate. Thinking of this, Yun Wuya licked his lips, a cruel expression on his face. The 7 Kill elder's face was livid. He felt like he was being stared at. Why was this old bastard looking at him like that? The Heaven-Chosen platform was ranked according to bloodline, and the top 3 would be allowed to enter the ancestral land. But in fact, after being ranked, one had to be strong enough to survive until the Heaven-Chosen platform and return to the ancestral land. The period in between was known as the Bloody Period. What wouldn't he do for the throne? For countless years, the succession of kings had changed, brothers had turned against each other, husbands and wives had broken up, siblings had killed each other. What kind of plot had not happened before? Death was a common occurrence. As time passed, the blood-colored pillars above the heads of the 10 cultivators soon reached a height of 10 zhang. At this moment, someone's speed began to slow down. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. Humph! The face of a demon guard was filled with anger. His race had chosen a competitor for the throne, but the blood-colored pillar had stopped growing after reaching a height of 30 meters. He was ranked last. The 10-meter blood pillar was the threshold for the fight for the throne. If one did not reach this standard, they would not be qualified to fight for the throne at all. 110 feet was more than enough. But this result meant that he had almost no chance of entering the ancestral land. Soon, the blood pillars of the other competitors also stopped growing. Most of them were concentrated between 140 and 190 feet. In the end, the only ones whose blood pillars continued to grow and broke past 200 feet were Qin Yu, Blue Sea, and another unfamiliar young demon. And these 3 people represented the old king, the ancient king, and the new faction. At the edge of the Heaven-Chosen platform, the blood pillars stopped growing. The various demon guards all revealed complex expressions. Disregarding the new faction, even if Qi Zhen and Cloud Mist died, the ancient king and old king's candidates were still terrifyingly strong. The ancient king's bloodline choosing Blue Sea had shocked countless people. As the city lord of Dark Peak City, Blue Sea's strength was already well known. Thus, no one was surprised that Blue Sea's blood energy and blood energy were able to form a blood pillar that exceeded 200 feet. But Qin Yu, in truth, this was also an unexpected result. No one thought that he would be the one to replace Cloud Mist. It had to be known that no one had truly investigated Qin Yu's origins. It wouldn't be too much to say that his background was unknown. The old king's bloodline had actually chosen him, and this junior's bloodline strength was truly astonishing. After the blood pillar broke 200 feet, it continued to grow. It was no weaker than Blue Sea and Shimo's. Shimo was one of the contenders for the throne that the new faction had chosen. The new faction was different from the ancient king and old king's factions. To sum it up simply, they were countless grassroots forces that had risen from the ashes. They had gathered together to fight for their own interests, and after a series of transformations, they had finally formed a giant faction. The Shi surname was not a famous family within the Nightmare race. For Shimo to be able to defeat so many competitors and obtain the new faction's nomination, there was no need to doubt his strength in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, the blood pillar broke 300 feet, then 400 feet, 500 feet. At this moment, the growth of the blood pillars above their heads finally slowed down. Yun Wuya frowned. A 500-foot blood pillar was absolutely astonishing. But for a fully awakened royal bloodline, this result was abnormal. There were clear records in the race that every royal bloodline that had been awakened in the past would break 1,000 feet. There had never been an exception. Could this be the arrangement that the patriarch had made ahead of time? He had concealed the fact that Qin Yu had awakened his royal bloodline. After entering the ancestral land, Blue Sea and the new factions, Shimo would naturally not have a chance. The Patriarch was indeed the Patriarch. He could even tamper with the Heaven's Choice platform. He was simply too awesome. Yun Wuya let out a sigh of relief. Before he left today, he had already prepared for the worst. Even if he had to die, he would do his best to protect Qin Yu. But if he didn't have to risk his life, that would be for the best. How good was it to be alive? Who would want to die for no reason? That was a pervert. While Yun Wuya was rejoicing that he didn't have to risk his life, Qin Yu was muttering in his heart. That old fellow from the old royal family, after he had glared at Qin Yu and forced him to reveal his identity, he had disappeared like a transparent person. In fact, even after entering the Heaven's Choice platform, Qin Yu still hadn't seen him once. So Yun Wuya's idea that the Patriarch was too awesome and had prepared beforehand was completely untrue. At this time, Qin Yu could clearly feel the surging blood energy within his body, as if it were stacking up in raging waves. But they were currently trapped in a membrane, and only a small opening had been made. As a result, the amount of bloodline aura that flowed out was limited. And now, this opening was constantly shrinking, causing the amount of bloodline aura that flowed out to become less and less. That was why the scene that Yun Wuya saw was that the pillar of blood above his head, Blue Sea, and Shimo's speed had slowed down almost at the same time. The Heaven's Choice platform was a part of the Nightmare Ancestral Land. In other words, the Ancestral Land was helping me hide my bloodline? What was the reason? Although he didn't know what kind of existence the old turtle in the Ancestral Land was, he could control the entire Nightmare tribe from within. Even Qi Zhen and Marquis Thousand June were afraid of him. In fact, even powerful figures like the old king and the ancient king patriarch had to maintain a certain distance from him. How could someone as powerful as him not know anything about the outside world? The new king that the old turtle had chosen was unsurprisingly Qi Zhen. But now he was dead, and Qin Yu had jumped out with the golden sign of awakening the royal bloodline above his head. How could the old turtle not notice Qin Yu? Could he not guess that he was a product that existed outside of the rules, and that he might represent danger? It was because of this that Qin Yu was puzzled. There was no reason for the other party to help him hide himself and smoothly enter the ancestral land. What he should be doing was thinking of a way to destroy Qin Yu, erasing any accidents or variables in the bud. As for who could enter the ancestral land in the end, as long as it wasn't Qin Yu, the result would likely be the same. The Nightmare King was still the Nightmare King. 600 feet. The pillars of blood above Blue Sea, Qin Yu, and Shimo's heads had nearly stopped growing. Without accident, this would be the final result for the three of them. There was no longer any suspense in the top 3 selections. The other 7 competitors and the demon guards all revealed gloomy expressions. They were strong, but their opponents were stronger, and not just by a little bit. There was a difference of at least 3 times. This represented a crushing defeat of absolute strength. Moreover, the ancient king, the old king, and the new faction were the 3 strongest giants of the Nightmare tribe. Now that the 3 sides shared the same interests, no one could stir up any waves. The outcome had been decided. But this was only the result of normal thinking and the normal progression of events. Accidents often occurred when the dust seemed to settle, when you felt a sense of helplessness and unwillingness, when you were about to accept your fate. This was because Qin Yu's confusion was correct. The Heaven Choice platform had helped him conceal his bloodline, but they hadn't thought to conceal it until the end. The result was that the membrane that wrapped around his bloodline aura suddenly vanished from Qin Yu's perception. That's right, there had been no warning at all. It had suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed before. The result was that Qin Yu's bloodline aura wildly erupted. Thus, bang, everyone seemed to hear a thunderclap in their ears. An invisible pressure rushed towards them, causing their heartbeats to stop for a moment before rapidly accelerating. Above Qin Yu's head, The 600-foot column of blood seemed as if it had been swallowed up by several 110 complete supplement pills. It began to rapidly rise. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to 700 feet. But this wasn't the end, but the beginning. 800 feet, 900 feet, 1,000 feet. Yun Wuya's eyes widened. He looked at the blood pillar in front of him. In just several breaths of time, it rapidly grew. What was going on? The patriarch had already made arrangements. How did things turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Yun Wuya's lips twitched as he looked at the blood pillar that didn't show any signs of stopping even after breaking through 1,000 feet. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It seemed that one really couldn't dream of being beautiful or handsome. One had to fight with their life on the line. No matter what, they couldn't avoid it. The entire Heaven Choice platform fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the rapidly growing blood pillar above Qin Yu's head. Breaking through 1,000 feet, it had to be known that records of the royal bloodline weren't limited to the old king's bloodline. In truth, this wasn't a secret at all. Thus, everyone only needed a glance to guess what was going on. Everyone's eyes widened, their minds shaken to the extreme. Yun Lan had already died. In front of everyone, he had been killed by Qi Zhen on the spot. There were many nightmare demons who had personally witnessed this scene, so it couldn't be fake. But what was going on with Qin Yu? A blood pillar breaking 1,000 feet. This was a result that only someone with a fully awakened royal bloodline could have. And now, the blood pillar above Qin Yu's head was still madly growing. It didn't seem like it was going to stop at all. This could only mean that his bloodline was very, very strong, so strong that it was even more exaggerated than a completely awakened royal bloodline. The old king's bloodline had 2 royal bombs? Impossible. Just as this thought appeared, it was suppressed. This sort of thing had never happened in the history of the nightmare demon race. Otherwise, did they really think that awakened royal bloodlines were like carrots on the side of the road that could be casually picked up? Everyone's eyes kept moving back and forth between Yun Wuya and the 7 Kills elder. Half of it was admiration, half of it was sympathy. Although there was no evidence, there were some things that didn't need concrete evidence. Everyone just needed to be free to judge. Although they didn't know the specifics of what had happened, the general conclusion was that the old king's bloodline had made a move faster and used a secondary chariot to directly exchange for the ancient king's royal bomb. If this was really the case, then the old king's bloodline's plan was so meticulous and long. It was simply amazing. Yun Lan was a chess piece on the surface and Qin Yu was the true trump card. Even after so many years, he hadn't revealed the slightest flaw. If it weren't for the fact that he could no longer hide his bloodline aura after ascending the Heaven's Choice altar today, perhaps this matter wouldn't have been exposed. No, everyone suddenly remembered that the blood pillar above Qin Yu's head had slowed down just now. It had nearly stopped growing at the same time as Blue Sea and Shimo. Now, it seemed that the old king's bloodline had made some attempts to thoroughly conceal this matter. But looking at it now, their efforts had a certain effect. No, they had almost succeeded. If the old king's bloodline had really managed to deceive everyone, then once they entered the ancestral land, Qin Yu would surely have obtained the recognition of the new king and seized the throne. At that time, the old king's bloodline would be the ultimate victor. Everyone would be toyed with in the palm of their hands, and the one to be toyed with the most miserably would undoubtedly be the ancient king's bloodline. Qi Zhen had also awakened his royal bloodline and had the absolute qualifications to become the king of nightmares. Yet, he had been defeated by Yun Lan, a chess piece, a slap to the face. This was the greatest slap to the face. The 7 Kill clan elder's breathing became rough and his eyes turned red. After his initial daze, he immediately figured out everything. In fact, he was even more comprehensive than everyone had imagined. No wonder they had managed to obtain top-secret information like Yun Lan being a woman. This was simply a deliberate attempt to distract them and divert their attention so that they could perfectly conceal Qin Yu. Because of this matter, The 7-kill clan elder had been disgraced and disgraced. Yun Wuya had taken this chance to cause chaos in the Council of Elders, leaving the ancient king's bloodline in a distressed state. They had no choice but to pay a great price in order to settle this matter. The 7-kill clan elder originally thought that this was the most shameful matter of his life, but now it seemed that he had been far too naive. Because this matter was nothing more than a small and unremarkable link in the entire grand conspiracy. Including him, the entire ancient king's bloodline was kept in the dark and became a clown on stage. The old king's bloodline did indeed have a royal bloodline awaken, but it wasn't the dead cloud billow, but the Qin Yu in front of them, a plot. All of this was a complete and utter plot. Chapter 1139. It wasn't as if he hadn't risked his life before. It wasn't as if he hadn't risked his life many times in his life. Yun Wuya coldly sneered. He glared back at Elder 7-kill with an expression that said, "You guessed right, this is how things are. Little thing, I've tolerated you for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that I had so many misgivings these past few years, I would have taught you what it meant to be beautiful and red. If you want to turn hostile and attack me, then hurry up. I'll wait for you right here." Elder 7-kill felt like his lungs were about to explode. This bastard Yun Wuya, how could he still be so arrogant and domineering at a time like this? Elder 7-kill gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Flames of anger roiled in his chest, almost roasting his heart, but he still endured it for now. With the situation today, he would definitely turn hostile. But with just him alone, there was an 80% chance he wouldn't be able to deal with Yun Wuya. This was the basic standard of a qualified old man. His anger could reach the heavens, but he wouldn't lose his basic rationality. If he rushed forward in a hot-headed manner, besides being abused, what good end would there be for him? Yun Wuya curled his lips and cursed weakling. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone looked at Elder 7-kill and saw the blue veins popping out on his forehead. While they expressed their sympathy, they also couldn't help but be awed. In this situation, Yun Wuya wasn't panicking at all? No matter how tyrannical he was, he should be afraid of being ganged up on by us, right? After all, with the current situation, anyone who had even the slightest interest in the throne wouldn't just watch as Qin Yu entered the ancestral land. If he went in and saw the level of his bloodline, how could anyone else compete? There was no room to play at all. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Yun Wuya was such a sinister person. If he did this, then he must have already made preparations. Could it be that the bloodline of the ancient king had already planned this? That was right, they were well aware of the level of Qin Yu's bloodline. If that was the case, how could he not have made preparations before coming to the Heaven Choice platform? Even an idiot would know that this was impossible. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with uncertainty and hesitation. It was necessary to deal with the old king's bloodline, but who would go first? From the looks of things, it seemed like whoever showed up first would be the one to lose face. If they were to clash with the old king's trump card, they would be done for. The 7-kill elder's face turned even more ashen. His face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. That old bastard Yun Wuya was indeed very sinister. Just a simple provocation like that was enough to scare these people. His original plan had been to incite the guards of the other clans to attack Yun Wuya together. No matter how strong Yun Wuya was, he was just one person. If he was beaten to the ground, all he could do was passively take a beating. But in the end, before he could even make a move, Yun Wuya had more or less blocked off this path. And yet, Elder 7-kills did not dare to take the risk. What if that was really the case? He had taken the initiative to attack, but Yun Wuya had taken care of him. Wouldn't that mean that he had worked so hard for someone else? Furthermore, that sneaky look from earlier on was way too king scary. Elder Chisha's anger was instantly quelled by quite a bit. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. If that was all there was to it, then Yun Wuya's plan was undoubtedly very successful. Intimidating these people would also be able to buy them a lot of time. But the crux of the matter was that Qin Yu's strength didn't allow it. Bang, above his head, the column of blood continued to expand, soon breaking through a terrifying height of 2,000 feet. 200 feet and 600 feet was a difference of 3 times. 600 feet and 2,000 feet were a bit more than 3 times. Although the numbers seemed about the same, the base number was different. The visual effect was far too different. The terrifying aura that erupted from the center of the Heaven's Choice stage was so strong that it left one's heart racing. Even Yun Wuya and the others who were far away at the edge of the stage could feel a formidable suppression. His lips twitched. He thought to himself, Qin Yu, please don't be so flashy again. No matter how fierce I am, I can't withstand such torment. But in truth, this was only the beginning. This was because the column of blood above Qin Yu's head did something even more outrageous. It began to recklessly crush the blood columns above Blue Sea, Shima, and the others. That's right, crush wasn't wrong. Rather, it was more appropriate. As for the candidate whose blood column had just reached 110 feet, the blood column above his head was as fragile as an egg. He was the first to shatter. His entire body seemed to suffer a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. His aura instantly withered. His eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Within his fear, there was also endless hatred and resentment. Then, another competitor whose blood column reached 130 feet followed in the footsteps of the first in less than a breath of time. With a cracking sound, the blood column shattered. Then a third, a fourth, all the way until there was a 7th person. In the blink of an eye, besides Blue Sea and Shima, all the other competitors on the Heaven's Choice stage had their blood columns destroyed. The entire process of crushing was like a hot knife through butter. There was almost no pause. Everyone lined up and died together. As for the blood column above Qin Yu's head that was over 2,000 feet high, there wasn't even a single ripple on its surface before it was completely swept away. Qin Yu, you dare? Yun Wuya, your old king's bloodline has gone too far. No matter how strong you are, you still dare to deliberately injure others. Unforgivable. The demon guards at the edge of the Heaven's Choice stage roared out. Their eyes widened as they glared at Yun Wuya, as if they would spit out flames. This bastard, he had gone too far. Kacha, there was a series of cracking sounds. The angry roars in the air seemed to be silenced, quickly fading away. The blood columns above Blue Sea and Shima seemed to withstand a terrifying pressure. They fiercely shook and countless cracks appeared. Their complexions paled. As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were filled with shock and ice cold. The strength of Qin Yu's bloodline had far surpassed their expectations. Because of this, the two of them were incomparably sure that they absolutely could not allow him to enter the ancestral land. Blue Sea turned his head to look at Shima. In the next moment, the blood column above his head shattered. It wasn't that it was crushed, but that he had voluntarily stopped releasing his bloodline aura. The result was the same. But if he let go of his own initiative, he could reduce the damage he received to the lowest degree. Admiration flashed in Shima's eyes. Although he had also thought of this, there was still a trace of hesitation in his heart. He wasn't able to be as decisive as Blue Sea. After all, to voluntarily stop releasing his bloodline aura was, strictly speaking, to give up the qualifications to compete on the Heaven's Choice stage. Taking a deep breath, the blood column above Shima's head exploded. The blood in his chest violently shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Giving up on the Heaven's Choice stage was a risk. But if everyone lost, what about the blood columns above their heads? In that case, the selection this time was obviously invalid. Of course, the first condition to achieve this was to eliminate Qin Yu. If he was here, then he would be the only candidate allowed to enter the ancestral land. The throne would naturally be his. To use the blood columns above his head to eliminate the qualifications to compete was truly domineering. In fact, this was something that had never happened before in the history of the nightmare race. But if one was too strong, it was easy to break. If one was too strong, there was a real possibility that they would snap off their own heads. At this moment, the pale-faced 7-kill clan elder couldn't help but applaud and laugh for Qin Yu's actions. Good, this was far too good. Originally, the demon guards of the various families had been hesitant, not willing to be the first to attack. But now, everyone had been forced into a dead end. They had no choice. Otherwise, they would have to surrender the throne to the old king's bloodline. 2 nightmare kings had been born from the same family. Without accident, a brand new family with strength comparable to the ancient king's bloodline would be born. The resulting changes would have a strong impact on the situation of the entire nightmare tribe. Too many people's interests would be harmed. After all, the rise of a giant that stood above all others would inevitably stand atop the corpses of countless powerful existences at the same level. And today, the 10 great families on the Heaven's Choice stage were all included in this list. The new faction's guardian today was a thin middle-aged man. His hair was messy and scattered, and the space between his eyebrows was black on the left and pure white on the right. What was even more strange was that as he looked up, his left eye turned pure white and his right eye turned pitch black. Black and white hair was the name of the new faction's guardian. No one knew the specific details of his rise, and his true level of strength was also a secret. But to this day, every demon that fought with him had perished. This person was one of the peak powerhouses of the new faction. In the legends, it was said that he could fight with a king. The new faction that rose from the bottom had the weakest foundation and did not have a strong network of connections. The reason why they were able to stand toe-to-toe with the ancient king and the old king was because their peak combat strength was strong enough. An extremely dangerous aura was released from the black and white hair's body. His intuition locked onto Yun Wuya, and his expression became extremely serious. Not entering the king realm but having strength comparable to the Abyss King was a difficult path that countless experts of the Abyss had walked for millions of years under the restrictions of the Abyss will. Everyone's path was different, but as long as one stepped into it, they could reach the level of a nameless true king and possess the might of a true king. Yun Wuya was at the edge of this threshold and was only half a step away from truly stepping onto this path, and the black and white hair should be slightly stronger than him. It could be said that his entire person had already stepped onto this path. But for some reason, the black and white hair's aura was not complete, causing his strength to be lacking, and he had not reached the nameless true king realm. Today, every demon on the Heaven's Choice stage, including the 7 Kills clan elder, was an absolute powerhouse of the nightmare race. But the only one that could truly make Yun Wuya feel fear was the black and white hair, and now, he could no longer restrain himself and had chosen to attack. The 7 Kills clan elder coldly said, "Yun Wuya, do you really think that the old king's bloodline can act recklessly? Today I will make you pay the price." He took a step forward and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, rumbling towards Yun Wuya. Take advantage of his weakness to take his life. The black and white hair attacking was undoubtedly the best chance to do so. He absolutely could not miss it. Killing Yun Wuya to dispel the hatred in his heart and cutting off the old king's bloodline was the second, but the most fundamental goal was to cut off any possibility of Qin Yu stepping into the ancestral land. A competitor for the throne who had lost the protection of the demon race could only die without a grave. Chapter 1140. Hold on! Yun Wuya shouted out loud. He lifted a hand and took out the black token. Black and white hair, you must recognize this. If you join forces with these people, I will immediately use it on you. The black and white hair man was expressionless. Do you think I will be afraid? Yun Wuya shook his head. No, I am well aware of your strength. You are far stronger than me. There is a high chance I will be the one killed. The black and white hair man lightly said, The one who will die will be you. Yun Wuya said, but you will also be injured. After a brief pause, he looked straight at Yun Wuya and his voice became even lower. Knowing that I will die, even I don't know what kind of strength I can erupt with. You will not be able to escape unscathed. In today's situation, if I am injured, do you think someone will take the chance to attack me? Even if they can't kill you, kicking the new faction out of the picture isn't impossible. After all, the new faction has risen far too quickly. They have many enemies in the open and in the dark. The black and white hair man frowned. He looked at him. What are you trying to say? Yun Wuya snapped his fingers. Simple. Neither of us will interfere in what happens next. Let these juniors deal with it themselves. The 7-kill tribe elder coldly laughed, interrupting him. Yun Wuya, stop with your glib tongue. Are you trying to delay for time? Let me tell you. Bang! His voice suddenly stopped and he was sent flying backwards. Yun Wuya expressionlessly withdrew his fist. 7-kill, if you dare to say another word, I will immediately use the black token and kill you at all costs. Bastard! The 7-kill elder felt like his lungs were about to explode. This old bastard Yun Wuya, he was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, so why did he dare to be so arrogant and attack him? But the strength of this fist was far too strong. The 7-kill elder's chest violently shook and the taste of blood filled his nostrils. His anger soared to the heavens and his heart trembled. Ignoring the furious expression on the 7-kill clan elder's face, Yun Wuya's gaze swept across the surroundings. Of course, if any of you have any objections, feel free to voice them. There is only one black token, and this old man can only kill one person. It all depends on which of you is more selfless and willing to sacrifice yourself to help others. Everyone stiffened. Everyone was well aware of Yun Wuya's strength. Besides the black and white hair man, who could guarantee they would be his match. Usually there would be some conflicts and both sides would have some scruples. In a situation where there was room for leeway, it was not a big problem to fight a few rounds. But now, it was very clear that Yun Wuya was prepared to put his life on the line. Once the black badge was activated, someone would definitely die, and it would not end until someone died. The air was dead silent. The 7-kills elder roared in his heart. It's here again. That damned Yun Wuya. He only had these 2 tricks up his sleeve. One was shameless, and the other was desperate. However, these 2 moves had miraculous effects each time. Looking at their expressions, it was obvious that they were frightened. Most importantly, the black and white-haired man's attitude had already wavered. Damn it, my plan to kill Yun Wuya is going to fail again. But now, Elder Chisha seemed to have forgotten that he was also one of the people who was stunned. Alright, I agree. The black and white-haired man took a step back, his tone indifferent. You all heard it. If you want the throne, then fight for it yourself. At the center of the Heaven's Choice stage, the people whose blood pillars had dissipated all looked at Qin Yu, their eyes filled with icy killing intent. Yun Wuya had used his life on the line to delay all of the devil guards, but so what? With the 9 of them attacking, could it be that they still couldn't kill Qin Yu? As long as he died, the selection would restart. Blucia's lips suddenly moved. Beside him, Xiemo frowned. The 2 of them exchanged sound transmissions before glancing at each other and nodding. It was like in this simple exchange, the 2 of them had reached some sort of agreement. In the next moment, the 2 of them stepped forwards. Blucy was the first to speak. Everyone, if Qin Yu does not die, the old king's bloodline will inevitably rise. You and I cannot stay out of this. Today, Xiemo and I promise that no matter who kills Qin Yu, no matter who obtains the throne in the end, we will protect one of them. The interests of our race will not be harmed in any way. Xiemo lightly said, That's right, this is our promise. At the edge of the Heaven's Choice stage, the eyes of the devil guards who had been forced to stand on the sidelines after Yun Wuya risked their lives all brightened. It was important to know one's own limits. Unless Qin Yu, Blue Sea, and Shimo were eliminated together, the throne would have nothing to do with their families. As for whether or not they could accomplish this, unless the three of them lost their heads and started a chaotic battle, then there was a small chance that they would be the fishermen that reaped the benefit. As for the possibility of that happening, it was almost negligible. The old king's bloodline would rise and form a super-strong, ancient king-level influence. This was something that they absolutely could not allow. This was the basis for their cooperation. With this as a foundation, Blue Sea and Shimo's promises were particularly weighty. After all, once Qin Yu was eliminated, the new king would most likely be one of them. Once they thought this through, there was no need to say what decision they would make. The various devil guards nodded towards the competitors they had chosen, indicating that they would agree. Qin Yu had completely awakened his royal bloodline, so his strength was inevitably tyrannical. But no matter how strong he was, could he block the combined attacks of the other 9? Death was certain, so when they made their decision, the various families had no intention of hiding it. There was no need to worry about someone who was doomed to die. As for the old king's bloodline, humph, they were indeed powerful, but once the new king succeeded the throne, the old king's bloodline would likely cease to exist. At that time, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, so why would they want to retaliate against them? How laughable! Yun Wuya looked at the center of the Heaven Choice platform. Blue Sea, Shimo, and the others had surrounded Qin Yu, and his complexion became incomparably ugly. But forcing the black and white-haired man, the 7-kill clan elder, and the others to not interfere was already the limit of what he could do. It was impossible for them to help him any further. Qin Yu, this is all your own mess, you can't blame me for this. Young people, it's understandable that you like to show off, but your show is just too big. This is all I can do. Whether you live or die will depend on yourself. The 3,000-foot blood column reflected in everyone's eyes. It was truly boundless and majestic, stirring up the skies above the Heaven Choice platform and emitting a deep rumbling sound. Standing below, Qin Yu didn't feel any pride after showing off at all. Instead, he frowned, a helpless expression on his face. The hostility that the ancestral land had towards him was truly strong. They actually wanted to use such a method to kill him in advance. As he swept his gaze across the surroundings, he could see many ice-cold eyes filled with a violent killing intent. Qin Yu could understand what they were feeling. After all, even the blood column above their heads had been crushed, cutting off any possibility of them chasing after the throne. This was a true irreconcilable enmity. But understanding was understanding. Towards those that wanted to kill him, Qin Yu's attitude never changed. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you, right or wrong. I was right, killing you was natural. I was wrong, killing you was natural. If he didn't even have this sort of mentality, then how many people had he killed these past years? Did they really deserve to die? His heart had long since been tormented to the point of collapse. However, how to kill them was a problem. Of the 9 demons in front of him, the only ones Qin Yu feared were Blue Sea and Shimo. As for the others, they might have been too arrogant to say that they were chopping vegetables, but it really wasn't too difficult. Luckily, given the current situation, Blue Sea and Shimo definitely wouldn't attack first in order to avoid being injured. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, the blood column above his head finally stopped growing. In the next moment, it began to rapidly collapse. No, that wasn't the right way to describe it. It should be that it was rapidly shrinking at the speed of collapse, forming a mark. From the outside, it looked like a miniature blood column. With a whoosh, it fell directly between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Little by little a halo of light flowed on the surface of the imprint. When Zhang Xian's gaze fell on it, he suddenly felt a pressure on his mind. Dignified, solemn, subconsciously awed, this mark represented that Qin Yu had passed the selection and obtained the approval of the ancestral land. Rumble, above the Heaven's Choice stage, a storm was brewing in the sky. A huge black vortex was rapidly forming. This vortex was the passageway to the ancestral land, and the time before it completely condensed would be the bloody moment mentioned earlier. Under normal circumstances, 3 people would appear. Once they obtained the approval of the ancestral land, they would be able to enter the final struggle for the throne. The final victor would be the new king of nightmares. What about the others who were excluded? Unless the disparity in strength was too great, they would definitely be unwilling. Or, it would be more accurate to say that as long as the disparity in strength wasn't so great that it left one in despair, there would always be someone willing to take the risk. The method was simple and cruel. Kill off the person who occupied a spot. Then, a vacancy would appear and they would have another chance. The Heaven's Choice stage was the selection of the ancestral land. At the same time, it was also a struggle for the competitors for the throne. Unwilling to be defeated? Then make your move. Let the blood of your opponent dye the crown on your head red. And today there was only one spot to kill Chinyu. This was the only thought that existed in the hearts of the 9 competitors. Kill! The competitor at the top of the 110-foot blood column was the first to attack. In truth, even if Chinyu was killed, he still wouldn't be able to obtain the approval of the ancestral land. But Blue Sea and Shimo's promise had moved his heart. As long as he could kill Chinyu, he would have performed a great merit for the family. In the future, the position of patriarch would be within reach. He no longer dared to dream about the throne. Then, becoming the patriarch and becoming a tyrant that dominated his own territory would be his highest goal in life. The blood pillar was 3,000 feet high. Qin Yu's strength was tyrannical, but the blood pillar and his true strength weren't directly proportional. That's right, the strength of the abyssal races was established upon their bloodline. But what the Heaven's Choice stage stimulated was the potential of their bloodline. Even though Qin Yu had awakened his royal bloodline, there was still a massive disparity between him and the peak strength that matched it. Otherwise, he would have already obtained the approval of the Abyss and become the Nightmare King. Everyone here was at the Demon Commander level. Even if you were strong, those that could enter the Heaven's Choice stage today were once proud prides of heaven. In terms of strength, no one would cower. So what if he was Qin Yu? They might be able to kill him. Whoosh! The air was torn apart, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The demonic light that shot out from the competitor's body was actually crimson red. It drew a long and sharp arc behind him. It was like a long saber was howling downwards. Wild, tyrannical, unexcelled in the world. The air was torn apart. Space violently shook. Before it even fell, Qin Yu could already feel its destructive aura. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the Nightmare Demon race's younger generation powerhouses, but this didn't seem to have much effect on the result. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Wild demonic energy erupted, instantly forming a massive mass of black fog that submerged his figure. Within the blood-red saber, the competitor's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. "Stop playing tricks, break for me." Bang! The blood-red saber instantly submerged, cutting apart the black fog formed from demonic energy. A long opening was left behind. But this opening instantly healed. Then, there was a deathly silence. The competitor that rushed in was like a stone that fell into the water. After several ripples, everything returned to tranquility. The entire Heaven's Choice stage fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes stubbornly stared at the black fog. Their pupils violently shrank, revealing endless shock and disbelief. Chapter 1141. Although he was the weakest among them, it didn't mean that he couldn't withstand a single blow. On the contrary, those who were qualified to be elected to compete for the Nightmare King's position today were at least the elites of their respective clans. Perhaps they had met each other before, or perhaps they hadn't, but they had at least heard of each other, so they had a rough idea of what was going on. But it was precisely this young expert that they were aware of, who disappeared in the blink of an eye after entering the black fog. In order to accomplish this, it had to be an absolute suppression of strength. Qin Yu, how could he be so strong? Something was wrong, there was definitely something wrong. Staring at the black mist before him, Zhang Xian had no idea what had happened to Blood Pillar 11, but given the current situation, he could at least make sense of it. If they wanted to kill Qin Yu, they couldn't expect him to show mercy at this time, right? Humph, everyone knows this logic. Their original plan was to join forces to kill Qin Yu and then talk about other things. Who would have thought that the situation would change in the blink of an eye? Now, let's not talk about whether or not Qin Yu would be killed. The first thing they thought about was whether or not they could survive. Blood Pillar 11 didn't even make a splash before he was finished. If it were them, how strong could they be? Alright, maybe it would splash, but the final result would most likely be the same. The remaining competitors for the throne suddenly felt a great pressure rise in their hearts. But time waited for no one. Once the channel was completely opened, the Heaven's Choice platform would bring Qin Yu into the ancestral land. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger, allow me. It was a man with a scar on his face. No one knew what he had gone through, but his face was full of scars. It was painful to look at. His gaze fell on Blue Sea and Simo. But the two of you, in the current situation, if you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, you'll have to raise the stakes. Blue Sea replied, speak. Blood Pillar 20 smiled. The scars on his face wriggled, making him look even more fierce. Simple. If I kill Qin Yu, the third spot on the Heaven's Choice altar will be mine. The faces of the other contenders for the throne changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with anger. Impossible. Let's see who gets the spot. I don't agree. Blood Pillar 20 sneered. You have an opinion? Alright, I won't make a move. Who among you is willing to fight? Step forward now. Kill Qin Yu and the spot will be yours. I'll be the first to agree. You too, I think you'll agree as well, right? Lan Hai nodded. Sure. He swept his eyes over everyone. Whoever kills Qin Yu, I and Xiemo guarantee that the third spot will go to that person. Xiemo was expressionless, but his silence made his attitude clear. Everyone hesitated. Everyone wanted a slot, but the black mist before them was truly the gates of hell. It was easy to barge in, but it was hard to tell whether they would survive or not. Seeing everyone hesitate, Blood Pillar 20 laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mockery and mockery. Do you think a cowardly person is worthy of a Heaven's Chosen spot? He took a step forward, and his figure was like a rainbow as he brazenly tore through the black mist and charged into it. In the next moment, a violent roar came from within. The Heaven's Chosen platform was even trembling slightly. Large swathes of black fog were torn apart. Countless cracks opened and closed. Amidst the distortion and blur, one could vaguely see the figure of nearly 20 blood pillars. He recklessly laughed. A powerful strength surged around him, causing everyone's complexions to change. Even Lan Hai and Shi Mo's eyes widened. This person had been hiding his strength, or perhaps he had used some sort of trump card that allowed him to erupt with strength. Strictly speaking, this level of strength had already surpassed the demon commander level and had nearly touched upon the road of a nameless true monarch. Qin Yu, today I will kill you. His wild laughter came to an abrupt end. The crazed impact of his strength instantly vanished from sight. The violently tumbling black fog that constantly twisted and shattered suddenly fell silent, like a great beast that had gone berserk had calmed down and become docile. This change was far too sudden. There wasn't even the slightest prelude. The result was that Blood Pillar 20 was the same as Blood Pillar 11. Like this, he vanished into the black fog without a single sound. It ended again. Looking at this scene, a cold chill drilled out from the depths of everyone's hearts, spreading up their spines and into their limbs, making them feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Alarm and fear uncontrollably surged out from the depths of their hearts, completely submerging their minds. When Blood Pillar 11 disappeared, no one felt anything. But they were well aware of the strength of Blood Pillar 20. Such a strong person had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, without a single sound coming from him. The terror that this represented had risen by several times. Lon Hai's eyes darkened. He turned to look at the 7 Kill Clan elder. This old fellow was expressionless and motionless, like a statue. He cursed inwardly. He cursed in his heart. They were truly useless. To think that such a large group of people would be frightened by a single Yun Wuya. Otherwise, why would it be so troublesome to kill Qin Yu now? The situation was far from good. He looked up at the rapidly condensing vortex in the skies. There wasn't much time left for them. Taking a deep breath, Lon Hai said in a low voice, "Everyone, if you and I want to kill Qin Yu and return without accomplishing anything, have you thought about the result?" Xiemo glanced at him and said, "If Qin Yu doesn't die today, then once he returns from the ancestral land, that will be the time when all of us perish in body and soul." The air fell deathly silent. Pairs of eyes widened, unconcealable fear in them. This was a very simple matter. There was no need to think too much about it. Just a simple reminder was enough to understand. If Qin Yu didn't die, then they would all die. Lon Hai's voice became increasingly gloomy. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean we will die. For instance, if our family background is formidable enough that even the Nightmare King needs to fear them, then we might be able to continue living. For instance, me and Xiemo. The two of us represent the ancient king and the new faction. If we pay a certain price, we might be able to survive. But what about you? His complexion turned icy cold. So, if you don't want to die, then go all out. Qin Yu's strength absolutely cannot reach the level where he instantly killed the first two. For him to be able to do this, he must have borrowed some sort of trump card that the old king's bloodline prepared for him. Xiemo lightly said, "You and I do not lack things like trump cards. We should all know that these things cannot be effective for a long time. For instance, if the first person instantly disappears, then the second person will have a chance to erupt with their aura. The power of Qin Yu's trump card is fading, but you don't necessarily need to attack one at a time. Join forces to kill him. Our previous agreement is still valid. We will protect your family's interests and influence, and the third spot will be up to you to decide." The two of them echoed each other, their cooperation perfect. The complexions of the remaining 5 contenders for the throne changed again and again. Although they didn't want to admit it, this was the situation. Lon Hai and Xiemo might live, but they would definitely die. If they didn't want to die, then they could only go all out. At the edge of the Heaven's Choice platform, the demon guards paled, their eyes filled with shock and anger. But since they had already made their choice, there was no point in regretting it. They stared at Yun Wuya, trying to find some useful information from his face. "Humph, what are you looking at me for? If you want to kill Qin Yu, just these people are far from enough." Yun Wuya coldly sneered, a smug look on his face. He swept his eyes over the crowd. "The throne of the new king is ours." The 7 Kill Clan elder suddenly said, "Yun Wuya, there is something wrong with your current performance." Yun Wuya coldly sneered. He glanced at him but didn't say anything. The contempt in his eyes deepened, as if he didn't want to talk to him. But this time, the 7 Kill Clan elder wasn't angry. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. "Everyone, with Yun Wuya's temperament, what do you think he will do at this time? According to my understanding, if the old king's bloodline really had complete confidence in Qin Yu, then Yun Wuya would definitely deliberately put on an expressionless face, as if he had just been discovered by us. This would lure the other contenders for the throne to continue attacking and capture all of our juniors in one fell swoop." Just as his voice fell, everyone's eyes brightened. If one had to ask who understood a person the most, then their opponent would definitely be an outstanding individual. In these past years, the 7 Kill Clan elder had suffered losses at Yun Wuya's hands, both in the open and in the shadows. Just now, he had been pushed up against a wall in front of everyone, losing all face. So, it wasn't too much to say that there was a deep hatred between the two sides. The words of the 7 Kill clan elder were certainly worth considering. In addition to Yun Wuya's sinister and treacherous performance, everyone was immediately enlightened. This must be it, this must be it. Qin Yu had a hidden card, he definitely had a hidden card. But, this hidden card definitely had some sort of strict restrictions. For instance, the duration, the usage limit, or the weakening of strength. The channel was currently forming, and there was no precise limit to how fast it would be. No one knew when it would be finished, so they couldn't wait. If Qin Yu went in, then everything would be meaningless. Everyone would be killed one by one, and no one would be able to escape. They could only wait for him to return from the ancestral land and pick them up one by one. If they couldn't wait, then they could only gamble. They could gamble that Qin Yu's hidden card had a usage limit. What Xiemo said just now was correct. The second boy that went in had even released a great deal of his strength before he died. This was the evidence. Attack together. Kill Qin Yu. I don't believe that he can resist if all of you join forces. The demon guards roared out loud. Today, they had climbed onto the Heaven's Choice platform as guards and also as representatives of the will of their families. At a critical moment, they could make a choice. For instance, right now, if the contenders for the throne could seize it, then they would have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. This also meant that they had the qualifications to inherit the throne. Their status was different from now. The demon guards didn't dare to casually give orders, but in this situation, there was nothing to worry about. If Qin Yu didn't die, no one would have a chance. The 5 contenders for the throne all had bitter expressions. If they had a choice, none of them would be willing to rush into the black fog and risk their lives. But now it was clear that they had no choice. Then they could only risk their lives. It's not me, the one who will die is definitely not me. Pa, all bad luck has left and all good luck has arrived. I can definitely live. These were the most intense emotions in the depths of their hearts. That's right, in the eyes of the 5 contenders for the throne, all they had to do now was rely on luck. They also believed in the judgment of the 7 Kill clan elder. Qin Yu had a hidden card, but it definitely wasn't so strong that he could kill all of them. Otherwise, Qin Yu would still be hiding in the black fog. He could just kill them all and be done with it. Since he couldn't kill everyone with a hidden card, then whether or not he lived or died would depend on luck. As for whether or not Qin Yu would use a hidden card and rely on his own strength to kill them, that was impossible. Not even the slightest possibility. Everyone here was at the Demon Commander realm. Unless they stepped onto the nameless true monarch path and possessed strength comparable to a true monarch, it was impossible to accomplish this. This was a paradox. If Qin Yu had strength comparable to a true monarch, would he need to go through so much trouble? That's right, it was such a simple reasoning. So, the most important thing right now was to pray for good luck. Lan Hamo expressionlessly said, "Everyone, let's not waste any more time." In the next moment, he received 5 fierce glares, some obvious and some hidden. "You bastard, you aren't the one risking your life, so stop making sarcastic remarks." But just like what Yun Wuya realized before, when it was time to go all out, there was no way to hide. "You 4, let's attack together. No matter how strong Qin Yu's hidden card is, he absolutely cannot deal with us all at once. Kill him and everything will return to normal. Attack! Kill!" The 5 competitors for the throne already knew that entering the Heaven's Choice platform would be filled with dangers, but they never imagined it would be so tragic that they would all need to risk their lives. With a roar, tyrannical fluctuations of strength erupted. 5 figures rushed into the black fog from different directions. It wasn't that no one thought of playing some tricks, such as entering the black fog a step too late. But the key point was that they weren't the only people on the Heaven's Choice platform. The demon guards at the edge of the platform had seen everything. There was no way they could take advantage of the chaos. If they dared to stay outside, they would be the first ones to be killed. Rumble, rumble. The black fog instantly fell into a frenzy. Without hesitation, the 5 competitors erupted with their greatest strength. In the next moment, it was like a giant bubble that completely shattered and dissipated. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, a plan was always just a plan. No matter how much he didn't want to expose himself, there was nothing he could do now. He looked up, revealing a pair of eyes. They were pitch black like an eternal night, as if they could swallow all. Abyssal gaze. The 7 Kill clan elders screamed. Because his emotions were wildly fluctuating, his voice became sharp and grating to the ears. His eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. His pupils shrank in disbelief. At this moment, everyone on the Heaven's Choice platform finally knew what his trump card was. Yun Wuya's mood was like he had sat on a roller coaster. After reaching the peak, it plummeted 1,000 miles. Although this description wasn't too appropriate, it could barely be considered appropriate. He muttered, "That girl Yunlan, she even hid it from me." Outside the Heaven's Choice platform, 2 figures stood high in the air. The ancient King Patriarch took a deep breath. The old king's bloodline, what wonderful methods! The awakened royal bloodline and the royal bloodline that obtained the prestige of the king boundary were on completely different levels. Even he never imagined that Qin Yu could display the abyssal gaze. He wasn't a true king, but he already possessed a portion of a true king's prestige ahead of time. Indeed, variables were variables. They couldn't be estimated with common sense. The old King Patriarch coughed several times. His old and withered face flushed red. Likewise, I am also curious. Why did you choose Blue Sea? If he hadn't interfered, it would have been impossible for Yunlan to completely conceal the matter regarding Qin Yu. Even with Yun Wuya's status, he was kept in the dark. Humph. The ancient King Patriarch humphed. He didn't say anything else. He looked up into the distance. It looks like some people can't hold back any longer. The old King Patriarch lightly said, "The succession of kings is a matter of my clan. Some people have stretched their hands too far." No one spoke again. 2 old demons that had lived for countless years suddenly had a sharp light flash in their eyes. The ancestral land was the ancestral land of the nightmare race, the foundation of their clan. But at the same time, it was a shadow that covered the entire clan. Even they had chased after it for countless years and still hadn't been able to unravel the secrets of the ancestral land. Since some people wanted to show off their existence, there was no harm in giving them a chance. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some harvest. Bang! A terrifying aura instantly arrived. Boundless demonic strength roared and tumbled about. At this time, the entire abyss violently shook. A true king had arrived. Chapter 1142. Qin Yu controlled the abyssal gaze and possessed a portion of the king's strength. Although it was unknown how he managed to do this, he had undoubtedly become an existence that stood above all other competitors for the throne. At this time, even if the black and white-haired man and the 7 Kill clan elder didn't hesitate to risk killing Yun Wuya, they still wouldn't be able to stop Qin Yu from entering the ancestral land. No one dared to underestimate the power of the abyssal gaze. The channel was rapidly forming and could open at any moment. For today's situation, the hidden existences had spent a great deal of time and effort to arrive at this step. How could he be willing to let everything go to waste and all his efforts go to waste? Even if doing this would trigger a series of consequences, they couldn't care about this right now. The time was fleeting. When it was time to act, there couldn't be any hesitation. Bang! Outside the Heaven Choice platform, the twisted space violently shook. Tiny cracks began to appear. Then, all of these cracks rapidly fused together, gradually forming the phantom of a door. In the next moment, a hand stretched out from this door phantom. The shaking of the twisted space suddenly increased by several times. creak, ear-piercing sounds spread out, like countless knives stabbing into one's mind. The door phantom slowly opened. A tall figure stepped out. His blue and gold robes were covered with complex demonic runes that fluttered in the wind. A formidable strength lingered around him, isolating him from the cracks in space. The pupils of the ancient king and old king patriarchs shrank. They simultaneously said, "Netherworld royal bloodline." The tall figure had a calm expression. "Netherworld profound strategy greets the ancient king and old king patriarchs." His expression was calm and unruffled. This was because he was strong enough to begin with. Like the ancient king and old king patriarchs, he had also stepped onto the path of a nameless true king. Of course, the most important reason was that he had a formidable background, so he didn't fear the nightmare race. That was the Netherworld royal bloodline that the two old demons had called out in unison. When the abyss was first formed, countless powerful life forms were born. In that ancient era, the Netherworld royal bloodline had already risen. In the endless years that followed, the Netherworld royal bloodline was one of the top influences in the abyss. It ruled over countless layers of the abyss and could decide the life or death of trillions of lives with a single thought. For some unknown reason, after a certain point in time, the Netherworld royal bloodline vanished and rarely appeared in front of others. Even the whereabouts of the Netherworld royal bloodline became a mystery. However, no one dared to doubt the power of the Nether royal bloodline. "King Schwanza, today is the day of the birth of our new king. Why have you come?" the Gu Wang clan leader asked. The Nether profound strategy's expression was calm. "You and I both know it in our hearts. Why waste your breath?" King Gu sneered. "King Schwanza is too confident. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Nightmare Clan? Act recklessly?" The corner of the Nether profound strategy's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Why are you two putting on a show? Don't you want to know what secrets are hidden in the Nightmare Ancestor Land?" The old patriarch coughed and his face became even redder. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the Netherworld profound strategy. "Mysterious Strategy King seems to know a lot about my clan's secret. I'm very curious, how did you find the way?" Another voice rang out. "Today, I invited King Schwanza here. I'm sure the two of you have already guessed it, so why are you feigning ignorance?" Space twisted slightly and a woman in a red dress walked out. Yes, it was a woman. She was tall and not beautiful, but she had a special charm. Her age couldn't be seen from her appearance, but her eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The Nightmare Clan had three major forces: the Ancient King, the Old King, and the New Faction. The woman in a red dress was the leader of the New Faction. Her name was Hong Chong. Hong Chong. The Gu Wang clan leader's eyes were sharp. "Do you know that it is an unforgivable crime to conspire with an outsider? It is an unpardonable crime to violate the ancestral land." Hong Chang's eyes were cold. "Ancient King Gu Wang clan leader, you are so arrogant. If you want to punish me, then make your move." Previously, it was said that the women of the Nightmare Clan couldn't obtain the recognition of the ancestral land and become the Nightmare King. In other words, Hong Chong had no chance to become the king. But even so, she still became the leader of the New Faction. What she relied on was her absolute strength. There were 4 nameless true kings here, and abyssal profound strategy was unfathomable. It was hard to judge before they made their move. But among the 3 nameless true kings of the Nightmare Clan, Hong Chong was the strongest, at least. That was what it seemed like on the surface. The old King Gu Wang clan leader said, "Hong Chong, no matter how strong you are still a member of the Nightmare Clan. You should respect the ancestral land." "Respect?" Hong Chong gave him a look and suddenly laughed loudly. Even though she was a woman, she was extremely bold and unrestrained right now. However, if one carefully felt her laughter, they would be able to sense helplessness, mockery, as well as a hint of anger. Perhaps you should say that it is fear. The old King Gu Wang clan leader furrowed his eyebrows. Why remain silent? What you experienced in the past was a top secret of the clan, but it couldn't be hidden from our eyes and ears. Hong Chang continued to say, Old Wood, do you really not hate us? After all, the reason you have fallen to this state and suffered for countless years is all because we worship the ancestral land. The ancient King Gu Wang clan leader shouted, Hong Chang, be careful with your words. Hong Chang flicked her sleeves and wild demonic energy erupted. It was hard to imagine that her exquisite and alluring body hid a terrifying strength that could compare to a giant beast. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ancient King Gu Wang clan leader was sent flying away. His face was filled with anger, but he didn't counterattack. Crazy! This crazy woman! She dared to attack here. Wasn't she afraid? Hong Chang laughed. Chi-Heng, you must be cursing me for being a crazy woman for attacking here, right? You are afraid that you will end up like Old Wood. No, if your luck is bad, you will end up in an even more miserable state. After all, if Old Wood wasn't lucky and ruthless, he would have been sucked dry and turned into a piece of wood. How could he have lived until today? She suddenly turned around and looked at the heaven-chosen stage within the distorted space. Ancestral land, what a good ancestral land! My nightmare clan has been passed down to this day, and the throne has never been severed. Our strength grows day by day, and we are known as one of the 10 great royal bloodlines of the Abyss, but is this really what you and I want to see? The Netherworld Profound Strategy lightly said, There isn't much time left. As he spoke, he looked up at the rapidly condensing vortex in the sky. It would soon completely form. He couldn't be sure of the secret of the nightmare ancestral land, but if it was as he expected, then the future of the Netherworld royal bloodline would be here. Everything in the world had a reason. If there weren't enough benefits, who would be willing to take the risk? Hong Chang took a deep breath and said, Go in. I can help you stall at least one person. As she spoke to hear, her lips curled up. Or perhaps I don't even need to do anything, because what you are about to do is what they are hoping for. The Netherworld Profound Strategy's mouth twitched. He helplessly looked at Hong Chang. Although he knew that what this woman said was likely the truth, even though he knew that there was a high chance that he would be used as a tool by someone, he still had to take the initiative to help. This really didn't feel good. Turning around, King Profound Strategy took a step forward. A terrifying power erupted around him and collided with the distorted space. He wanted to forcefully open a path through the distorted space and descend onto the heaven-chosen stage. Being able to enter the nightmare ancestral land was, of course, the best choice. But the possibility was too low, and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accident. Then, sending the chosen person in and using him as a medium to obtain what he wanted was the best choice. The new faction, Shiemo, was King Profound Strategy's choice. Rumble, rumble, terrifying vibrations, self-distortion from within the distorted space, the sound of a true king forcefully descending caused an unimaginable commotion. The entire heaven-chosen stage was violently shaking at this moment. The demon guards standing at the edge all revealed looks of shock and anger. When they looked at the black and white-haired man, they all had cold and unkind expressions. Among them was even the 7-kill tribe elder. Although they were high-level figures within the nightmare race, they didn't have the qualifications to know the true secrets of their race. For example, the mysteries of the ancestral land and all sorts of strange things. Even its existence was an unknown hidden danger to the entire nightmare race. Thus, in the eyes of the demon guards like the 7-kill tribe elder, the ancestral land was the nightmare ancestral land, the foundation of their entire race. But now, the new faction was actually cooperating with a true king from the outside world to break into the heaven-chosen stage. Although they couldn't hear what was being said outside, it wasn't difficult for them to judge from their actions. The black and white-haired man lightly said, A true king is about to descend. All of you had best calm down. Otherwise, if you are casually killed, your deaths will be in vain. As he spoke, He glanced at Yunwuya. Put away your little thoughts and don't try to incite them to attack me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the first one to die will be you. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted from within his body. It made everyone feel as if a mountain had descended, pressing down on their chests. Even breathing became incomparably difficult. Yunwuya bore the brunt of this. His complexion paled and his pupils shrank. He came to a despairing conclusion. This black and white-haired man, this bastard, he had actually been hiding his strength all this time. Although there were flaws in his nameless true king road, the flaws weren't as large as what he had revealed before. What was truly lacking was only an extremely small portion. In other words, the black and white-haired man's true strength was only slightly lower than a true king's. Yunwuya clenched his teeth and roared, "Black and white-haired man, just what is your new faction trying to do? Do not forget that the heaven-chosen stage is a part of the ancestral land. And the ancestral land is the foundation of my nightmare race." The black and white-haired man fell silent for a moment. He said, "I know some things that you do not know, but I cannot say more." His aura retracted a little. "But remember, everything that the new faction has done has not betrayed our race." Bang! Above his head, the twisted space shattered. Netherworld Profound Strategy stepped out and truly descended onto the heaven-chosen stage. Beneath his calm expression, his body was tense. He could erupt with his greatest strength at any moment. After all, this was the heaven-chosen stage, and the nightmare ancestral land possessed a mystical strength that the entire Netherworld royal bloodline yearned for. Luckily, nothing unexpected occurred. The nightmare ancestral land seemed to tacitly approve of his existence. Netherworld Profound Strategy let out a light breath. His eyes swept over Chinyu. If it weren't for this junior, he wouldn't have appeared today. Although he hoped that the Netherworld royal bloodline would be able to obtain something vital from the nightmare ancestral land, but when the one carrying out this task was himself, unease, hesitation, and even fear were unavoidable. Now, there was no meaning in saying all of this. Since he had arrived on the heaven-chosen stage, he had already prepared himself to bear all consequences. But this didn't mean that Netherworld Profound Strategy would let go of the person who had caused all of this, Chinyu. His eyebrows furrowed together. Netherworld Profound Strategy turned his head and looked at the edge of the heaven-chosen stage. His icy cold eyes flashed. The black and white-haired man looked at Yunwuya, who was gradually straightening his back and releasing a powerful aura. After a moment of silence, a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. He was only a fine line away from the true king realm. It was because of this that he could clearly feel just how strong King Xuanzi was. This was a difference in the natural order of life, a difference that represented absolute strength. Facing King Xuanzi, Yunwuya actually dared to erupt with his aura and express his hostility without hesitation, disregarding whether or not he was stupid. Just this courage surpassed countless people. Chapter 1143. Interesting. Netherworld Strategy's lips curled up. "Little fellow, you haven't even stepped onto the road of a true king and yet you dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of death?" Yunwuya's complexion paled. With every word he spoke, his complexion grew paler. Kacha, within his body, his bones constantly cracked. It was like a towering mountain above him that wanted to crush him to pieces. This was the strength of a true abyssal king. To obtain the recognition of the abyss will, in a way, they were a part of the abyss. With just a thought, he could control the vast energy to silently destroy everything. Of course I am afraid of death, but in my nightmare ancestral land, even if you are a true king, you are not allowed to offend me. Yunwuya spoke unhurriedly, enunciating each word clearly. The eyes on his pale face were incomparably bright at this moment, flashing with a stubborn light. "You want to help him stall for time." Netherworld Strategy shook his head. "It's useless. I won't give you any chance." After a brief pause, he lifted a hand and pressed forward. You are very brave. Because of this, I won't kill you. Be quiet. Bang! Space violently shook. Yunwuya froze where he was. Blue veins popped out from his neck, and strength wildly surged within him. But he was unable to shake the suppressive strength outside. This was the terror of a true king. And at this time, Netherworld Strategy turned around and looked at Qin Yu once more. Whether it was because of his anger towards him or because he wanted to ensure that Mo obtained the throne, he had to erase him. One of the reasons he didn't kill Yun Wuyao was because he admired his courage. Another reason was that he didn't want to deepen his enmity with the previous king's bloodline. But this didn't mean that Netherworld Strategy didn't dare to kill him. On the contrary, if necessary, he would kill everyone on the Heaven's Choice stage today. His pitch-black eyes were like ink, pure without any impurities. As he met King Xuance's gaze, his heart wildly raced. Fear surged out like a tide, wildly attacking Qin Yu's will. His complexion became even paler than Yun Wuya's, without the slightest trace of blood. But deep in his eyes, he maintained a calm composure as he looked at the true Abyssal King. The reason Qin Yu was able to accomplish this wasn't because he was brave or because he believed he had the qualifications to contend with a true Abyssal King. The true reason was that Qin Yu was certain that whether it was Qi Zhen who was slumbering in his shadow or Marquis 15 June who was hiding, neither of them would stare blankly on as he was killed by King Xuanji. Otherwise, all of their arrangements would have been meaningless. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they didn't do anything, there was still the little blue lamp. Only with confidence could one resist fear. It was as simple as that. Monarch Xuanji secretly frowned. Just how sharp was his perception? Qin Yu's fear and composure were all exposed in front of him. What did this junior have to rely on? He was actually able to maintain his composure in the face of a true king. Although it was a publicly acknowledged fact that everyone below a true king was an ant, it did not mean that a true king could do as he pleased. With some scruples, King Xuanji's eyes became incomparably deep. His formidable divine sense rose to the highest level as he stubbornly locked onto Qin Yu. The more powerful one was, the more one understood the world, and the more respect one would have for this world. In a situation where one had a choice, it was never a mistake to be cautious. Then, Monarch Xuanji's complexion changed. He really did feel some unusual aura coming from Qin Yu's body. No, it wasn't just 1, 2, 3. There were even more. Monarch Xuanji's eyes became dignified. This was because although he could sense these auras, he couldn't clearly capture them. Obscure, ethereal, formidable. That's right, formidable. The two auras that were hidden the deepest even made him feel an incomparably intense threat. If it weren't for Monarch Xuanji personally sensing these auras, he wouldn't have believed that a mere demon commander-level junior was actually hiding so many astonishing secrets. His eyes flashed. Monarch Xuanji's gaze fell on Blue Sea. He suddenly had a new idea. You kill him and I will spare your life. Blue Sea stiffened and his complexion paled. He never thought that the situation would suddenly shift to him. Kill Qin Yu, he certainly wanted to kill him. In fact, it could even be said that he wanted Qin Yu dead more than anyone else present. But the crux of the matter was that Qin Yu had grasped the materialization of the abyss. It wouldn't be easy to kill him, but that was his hidden card. He could only use it after entering the ancestral land, and that would be his final chance. Taking a deep breath, Blue Sea clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. Kacha! There was a shattering sound. In the next moment, the distorted space outside the Heaven's Choice stage violently shook and a terrifying oppressive aura was released from within. Outside the Heaven's Choice stage, the ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and new faction leader Hong Chang's complexions changed. They fiercely looked up and stubbornly stared at the void in front of them. From the black crack, a terrifying claw stretched out. It grabbed the edge of the crack and ruthlessly tore it open. Then, a great dragon head drilled out. Abyssal demon dragon. The three people roared. Roar! The massive dragon body forcefully squeezed out of the space crack. Without hesitation, it smashed into the distorted space outside the Heaven's Choice stage. The abyssal demon dragon didn't release any strength. Just by relying on its powerful body, it was able to resist the crushing and tearing force of the distorted space. I have been invited by the contract to descend. I must fulfill the contract. The abyssal demon dragon let out a deep roar. Its giant eyes locked onto the ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and new faction leader Hong Chang. It revealed a cold and threatening expression. You had best remain silent. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. The cold voice echoed through the skies. The ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang all had ugly expressions, but they still stood where they were. Not to mention that the Demon Dragon tribe was a terrifying faction that stood at the peak of the abyss and was even stronger than the Nightmare tribe. Just the strength of this abyssal demon dragon wasn't something they could match. If they stopped him, it was hard to predict what the result would be. Moreover, the resistance in their hearts wasn't too strong. The inheritance of the throne was already chaotic. So what if there was another abyssal demon dragon? At most, it would cause the situation to spiral out of control. Perhaps this would be more advantageous to them. They could see how the ancestral land would react, and force out its secrets. Bang! The distorted space was torn apart. The abyssal demon dragon charged into the Heaven's Choice stage. Its massive body recklessly released an aura that made one's heart race. A pair of giant dragon eyes locked onto King Xuanzi. It slowly said, "King Xuanzi, we meet again." King Xuanzi furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. Elder Subtle Law, the demon dragon tribe is so powerful, so why interfere in today's matters? The abyssal demon dragon lightly said, "The Netherworld King bloodline is interested in the secrets of the Nightmare ancestral land, and so is my demon dragon tribe." King Xuanzi's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. "Elder Subtle Law, can you take a step back? My Netherworld race will surely pay a sufficient price. I have already arrived. This is my attitude. What need is there for King Xuanzi to say?" Demonic energy flashed and the terrifying abyssal demon dragon vanished from sight. Elder Subtle Law landed on the Heaven's Choice stage. Blue Sea bowed. "Greetings, Elder." He had crushed the contract and summoned the abyssal demon dragon. There was no way to hide this, nor did he think about hiding it. If he succeeded today, he would become the new Nightmare King. No matter what he did, everything would vanish into thin air, and no one would dare to pursue it. If he failed, then perhaps death would be his best ending. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to have any scruples. Elder Subtle Law lightly said, "I have arrived today to ensure that you can smoothly enter the Nightmare ancestral land, but I hope you won't forget our agreement." Blue Sea was incomparably respectful. "Elder, don't worry. Blue Sea wouldn't dare to forget." "Humph." King Xuanzi coldly snorted, a dark expression on his face. But he had already fought with Elder Subtle Law before. Both sides were equal in strength and Elder Subtle Law couldn't do anything to him. Blue Sea entering the Nightmare ancestral land had already become a reality. He turned to look at Xiemo. This ordinary Nightmare demon dragon tribe member had a calm expression. "King Xuanzi, don't worry. The throne will be mine." From a nobody, he had walked step by step to where he was today. He had even obtained the approval of the Netherworld King bloodline before he could enter the Heaven's Choice stage. Xiemo, who liked to remain silent, couldn't be as ordinary as he seemed on the surface. Blue Sea had a final gambit, but so did he. The throne was right in front of him. Who could survive until the end would be able to leap up and become the peak existence in the abyss. At that time, whether it was the Netherworld King bloodline or the abyssal demon dragon, they wouldn't have the qualifications to continue manipulating them. But all of this was built on the premise that Qin Yu had to be killed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the nightmare ancestral land. Xiemo bowed. King Xuanzi, please kill Qin Yu. We don't have much time left. The vortex above their heads had almost completely formed. One could faintly make out a passage within it. That was the great path to enter the nightmare ancestral land. King Xuanzi was expressionless. He glanced at Elder Subtle Law and said, "There are many cryptic auras hidden within this junior's body. If you and I join forces to kill him, we will be absolutely safe." It was absolutely impossible for him to do it himself. But, since the old demon dragon was also interfering, he had to share a portion of the risk. If two abyssal king-level existences were to attack together, even if Qin Yu had some great secret, it would be hard for him to escape death. Elder Subtle Law remained silent. As he looked at Qin Yu, a complex light flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that he would meet Qin Yu here today. Kill him, the contract was still in this boy's hands. Before it was completed, he couldn't do anything. Cough cough, taking a step back, even if he paid some price to kill Qin Yu, Elder Subtle Law would have to think twice before doing so. After all, this boy Qin Yu was someone that Miss Liao Shi had specifically asked him to look after. As for Liao Shi, although she had already disappeared, if he really killed Qin Yu, Elder Subtle Law didn't believe that he would be able to come out unscathed. Feeling the complex emotions in the old dragon's eyes, Qin Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands together. "Elder Subtle Law, we meet again. Before Liao Shi left, she asked me to send her regards." Elder Subtle Law's lips twitched. Even if he didn't need to use his dragon scales to think, he could tell that this boy's greeting was just something he made up. But, was that important? Liao Shi's existence was like a mountain. Unless he truly didn't care about the consequences, he couldn't be ignored. "Qin Yu, for the sake of Miss Liao Shi's face, I won't kill you, but now withdraw." Qin Yu looked up and looked straight into Elder Subtle Law's eyes. Becoming the new king of Nightmare Ancestral Land was the mission that Liao Shi gave me. If Elder wants me to withdraw, I'm afraid she won't be happy. Elder Subtle Law frowned. His eyes shrouded Qin Yu, trying to discern the truth of his words. Liao Shi's mission? What did she want to do? Could the secret of the Nightmare Ancestral Land have also aroused her attention? That's right, although Elder Subtle Law instinctively doubted Qin Yu's words, the truth was that he already believed most of them. If it weren't for Liao Shi's arrangements, how could Qin Yu have the qualifications to enter the Heaven's Choice platform and compete for the position of Nightmare Ancestral Land's new king? If this was really Liao Shi's plan, then it would be troublesome. The consequences of ruining this plan would likely be far worse than killing Qin Yu. King Xuanzi's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He looked at the silent Elder Subtle Law. He didn't know who Liao Shi was, but it was clear that this old dragon feared her incomparably. Perhaps one of the powerful and threatening auras he sensed from Qin Yu's body had come from her. This was troublesome. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Elder Subtle Law, this junior is the only one who has obtained the approval of the Nightmare Ancestral Land. If he doesn't cooperate, then our plans will fail." No one here was an idiot. Without batting an eyelid, King Xuanzi changed the key. He no longer wanted to kill Qin Yu and instead wanted him to cooperate. Subtle Law understood King Xuanzi's meaning. His eyes flashed and he said, "Qin Yu, if you want to enter the Ancestral Land, then I can agree. But the person we choose must also enter with you." This was likely his bottom line. Qin Yu nodded without hesitation. "Okay." Blue Sea and Xiemo both looked at Qin Yu, a deep dread in their eyes. But they didn't say anything, because this matter had already surpassed the limits of what they could participate in. The reason Qin Yu was able to bargain and even force Elder Subtle Law and King Xuanzi to back down was because he had used the skin of a tiger to frighten them. Liao Shi's background was indeed extraordinary, and after today's events, he clearly owed her another favor. After entering the Ancestral Land, kill Qin Yu at all costs. King Xuance's voice sounded out in Shimo's ears. He calmly nodded and glanced at Blue Sea not too far away. The two people's eyes met and then separated. But in this brief moment of contact, they had reached an agreement: Qin, you must die. Otherwise, even if the two of them smoothly entered the ancestral land, with the intensity of his bloodline, the throne was already in the bag. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't pay attention to Blue Sea and Shimo, but it wasn't hard to guess what they were thinking. What they were thinking was correct, but the result likely wouldn't be as they wished. Chapter 1144. Two true kings, the channel will soon open. Qin, you must take the initiative to shatter the mark of the ancestral land that he has obtained. 7 kills, Patriarch loudly reminded. Qin Yu glanced at him. He lifted a hand and tapped between his eyebrows. With a light popping sound, the flashing mark shattered and dissipated. Hum, the entire Heaven's Selection stage began to violently shake. The surrounding distorted space began to fluctuate. In the next moment, including Qin Yu, all 8 candidates revealed looks of surprise. To crush the blood pillars above all of their opponents and obtain the approval of the ancestral land alone, this was the first time something like this had happened within the nightmare race. Therefore, when the selection began again, everyone discovered a fact that made their hearts beat faster. All of them had actually been recognized. To be more precise, the ancestral land had released the restrictions and allowed them all to enter. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, a candidate soared into the skies. Demonic energy burned around his body as he rushed towards the vortex above his head. Blue Sea's complexion changed. Elder, stop him. Aofa flicked his sleeves. Space twisted and wrapped around the candidate that soared into the skies. Scarlet flowers of blood bloomed. I have already said that only Blue Sea, Shimo, and Qin Yu may enter. If anyone dares to act rashly, this will be their fate. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The joy in the eyes of the other candidates froze. Their flushed faces slowly turned pale. That's right, even if they obtained the approval of the ancestral land because of the new selection, so what? With Elder Aofa and the profound tactics king here, they simply had no chance of entering the channel. If they tried to force their way in, that would only lead to death. At this time, the vortex above the Heaven's Selection stage had completely condensed. The slightly blurry channel instantly became clear. The Heaven's Selection stage shook once more, erupting with a repulsive strength. It tumbled about like an endless wave. Bang bang bang. The suppressed Yunwuya, 7 kills Patriarch, and the other demon guards were the first to be sent flying away from the Heaven's Selection stage. The profound tactics king coldly coughed. Why haven't you left yet? Do you want to wait for death here? The remaining candidates trembled. Unwillingness flashed in their eyes. They looked up at the channel that had appeared. It was right in front of their eyes and within reach. In just a few more breaths they would be sent into it, but the difference of a few breaths was a heavenly chasm that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Clenching their teeth, several people turned and left, taking the initiative to fly off the Heaven's Selection stage. In the blink of an eye, only Lan Hai, Shimo, and Qin Yu remained. The Xian Su King raised his head and silently looked at the passage that appeared in the vortex. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Beside him, Aofa also had a hesitant look on his face. The two of them stayed and did not retreat. They were like two boulders sitting in the middle of a torrent. Loud rumbling sounds kept coming from their bodies. If it were anyone else, even a Devil Commander-level powerhouse, they would be crushed to pieces in an instant if they approached the two true monarchs. Even the Demon Dragon race and the Netherworld royal bloodline weren't completely sure what was hidden inside the Nightmare Ancestral Land. If the two of them could enter, that would be the best choice. That was especially the case now, when he saw the vortex condensing and the passageway fully emerging, and that thought became even more intense and impossible to suppress. But soon, the Xuanze King and Elder Aofa's expressions changed slightly, and they both took a step back. Their figures flickered and they appeared outside the heavens selection stage. At this time, the two true monarchs' pupils were still fiercely shrinking. Just now, they had clearly felt a terrifying aura. This aura made them feel as if they were directly facing the abyss, and the only thing that could give them this sort of pressure was the unsurpassed will of the abyss. Rumble, rumble, with a loud explosion, the heavens selection stage rapidly rose into the air. Then, as if it were being held up by an invisible hand, it howled into the vortex. Then, the entire vortex began to spin. The heavens selection stage began to shrink until it was nothing more than a black dot that completely vanished. The vortex gradually stopped spinning. The passage that appeared within it had already vanished. When it appeared once more, it meant that the struggle for the ancestral land had come to an end, and a new nightmare king had been born. The Xian Su king took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He was almost certain that his race's guess was correct. As long as he could smoothly obtain what was within the nightmare ancestral land, the hidden netherworld royal bloodline would be able to rule the abyss once more. Xiemo was the choice of the royal bloodline, so he would definitely succeed. As his emotions surged, the Xian Su king lost control of his strength. Immediately, a purgatory projection appeared around him. Within this purgatory projection, there were countless demons of all sizes. They were trapped within, howling in agony as the purgatory burned them. If Qin Yu were here, he might have discovered that one of the demons in the purgatory looked very familiar. The Xian Su king took a deep breath and withdrew his strength. The purgatory projection vanished. He glanced at Elder Aofa and discovered that this old dragon had a deep frown on his face, as if he was deep in thought. Although he had absolute confidence in the royal bloodline's choice of Xiemo, the Demon Dragon clan's strength was in no way inferior to the royal bloodlines. The Demon Dragon clan had chosen Lan Hai because he had the qualifications to be valued. This old dragon Aofa actually didn't have much confidence? Was it because of Qin Yu, or was it because of that woman behind him called Master Liao? The Xian Su king hesitated for a moment. He said, "Elder Aofa, are you willing to trade information?" Aofa glanced at him. Regarding Master Liao, there is no need for the Xian Su king to speak. He closed his eyes, no longer speaking. The Xian Su king furrowed his eyebrows, a dignified look in his eyes. With this old dragon's strength and status, he didn't even dare to speak? Master Liao, this woman's background was likely even greater than he imagined. Xiemo had already made his move. If that junior Lan Hai wasn't an idiot, he would definitely choose to join forces with him. If the two of them erupted together, unless a true king made a move, who could resist them? Qin Yu would definitely die. He had to die. In fact, the Xian Su king's guess was correct. A great battle had already erupted. The only difference was that Qin Yu was the one who took the initiative to attack. This was because the moment he entered the ancestral land's passageway, the little blue lamp's thoughts had sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. Although he had already guessed that the little blue lamp had a plan, when Qin Yu learned of this, he was still shocked. Originally, Qin Yu was only a chess piece wrapped up in a torrent, a chess piece that had no choice but to move forward. But according to the little blue lamp's plan, he would leap out and leave the chess game, becoming the chess player that controlled the chess pieces. No, to be more precise, he was pulling everyone into his game of chess in order to achieve his ultimate goal. Although he was shocked, Qin Yu accepted the little blue lamp's plan without hesitation. It was certain to be risky. In such an astonishing chess game, the slightest mistake could lead to complete destruction. But with the little blue lamp's cautiousness, without enough benefits, it would never make such a wild and radical plan. Then, he might as well go all out. His Titan true form arrived. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu transformed into a 10,000-foot tall giant. He lifted his hand and punched out. At the same time, his eyes turned pitch black. The abyssal gaze activated. But now, no one would know that the pitch black in Qin Yu's eyes was only a thick curtain and barrier. It covered up the great sun that rose from the depths of Qin Yu's eyes, hiding it in the darkness so that no one could sense its aura. The abyssal gaze was a terrifying supernatural ability that the Nightmare King could use after obtaining the approval of the abyss. In other words, it was a continuation of the will of the abyss to use the strength of the will of the abyss to conceal itself from the abyss. Perfect. Blue Sea froze. His heart wildly shrank. Fear surged through him like a mighty tide, crazily crashing into his mind. Abyssal Titan. He actually had the Abyssal Titan bloodline. How was this possible? Although there were powerful bloodlines that fused together in the abyss, what could be displayed was only the strongest bloodline, the rest were all in a dormant state. Before this, Qin Yu had clearly displayed the fully awakened Nightmare King bloodline. But now, he had directly transformed into an Abyssal Titan. This was simply unbelievable. But now wasn't the time to be shocked or in disbelief. Blue Sea roared out loud and golden scales appeared on his body. That was right, this was pure gold. It flashed with a brilliant golden light, pure and noble. A powerful aura erupted from him. Bang! As the golden scales appeared, Blue Sea's aura was like an awakened volcano, crazily rising at a terrifying speed. "You want to kill me? Impossible!" With a roar, Blue Sea punched out a fist. The 10,000-foot-tall Abyssal Titan collided with Blue Sea's fist. A terrifying shockwave of strength swept out in all directions. Space violently twisted. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared. The earth disintegrated, crazily spreading out like a spider web. At this time, Blue Sea screamed out loud. Before he could finish speaking, he was like a punctured balloon. His aura rapidly collapsed and dissipated. In the next moment, Blue Sea was sent flying backwards. A wild strength broke into his body, wildly wreaking havoc and destroying everything. In an instant, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. Then, his entire body was torn apart into countless pieces. Large chunks of flesh and blood rained down. But soon after, a strange scene appeared. After Blue Sea was killed, his shattered flesh and blood began to rapidly reform in midair. In a breath of time, the shattered flesh and blood reformed into a complete Blue Sea. His dim eyes suddenly erupted with brilliance. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and rapidly drew backwards. Besides his pale complexion and weak aura, everything that happened just now seemed like an illusion. But at this time, in the City Lord Mansion of End Peak City, in a heavily guarded chamber, the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Blue Sea, who had been ordered to stay here and cultivate, suddenly exploded without warning, turning into countless chunks of flesh and bones on the ground. Even when he died, he didn't know what had happened. It was naturally impossible for this to be an illusion. The reason Blue Sea was able to revive was because he had already prepared an escape route for himself to come back from the dead. A younger brother, who shared the same mother and bloodline, was obviously the best medium for this. Shimo, there is another formidable strength hidden within Qin Yu's body. If you and I don't join forces, only death awaits us. With a mournful roar, golden scales appeared on the surface of Blue Sea's body once more. Then, he turned and fled. That's right. A second ago, Blue Sea had been screaming and shouting to join forces with Shimo to resist Qin Yu, but now he was fleeing with all his strength. He wasn't an idiot. He never thought that after separating, there was a high chance he would be killed off one by one. This was because Blue Sea was well aware that even if he joined forces with Shimo, they still weren't Qin Yu's match. The strength hidden within Qin Yu's body was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Just by touching it, he was instantly suppressed. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no room for resistance at all. His consciousness was annihilated, and his body collapsed along with it. Last time, he had been able to revive. But if he died again, he would truly die. Bang! White flames ignited around Shimo's body. Within these flames, His entire body rapidly turned transparent. Like a shadow, it merged with the world and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He hadn't fought with Qin Yu, but it wasn't difficult for him to feel Blue Sea's fear and despair. Joining forces to kill Qin Yu was indeed the best choice. But since that wasn't possible, he could only flee for his life. If he left here, he might have a chance to obtain the approval of the ancestral land and become a nightmare king. At that time, so what if Qin Yu was strong? Even if a true king attacked, he would still die. The 10,000-foot-high Abyss Titan roared, "You cannot escape." He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space violently shook and the transparent figure of Xiemo was forced to appear. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, revealing endless fear. He finally understood what Blue Sea felt. That strength, it was unimaginably strong. At the same time, the rapidly fleeing Blue Sea roared out loud. He crazily punched out at the void in front of him. There was a heaven-shaking explosion, as if he had struck an invisible mountain. Space shook, tumbling and spreading out, but he couldn't break through the seal in front of him. "Ah! Break! Break! Break for me!" The Abyss Titan's eyes were ice-cold. Without hesitation, he punched out a fist. Like a hurricane, everything in front of him was torn to pieces. This included not only the sky and earth, but also the transparent Xiemo and the crazily roaring Blue Sea. Perhaps both of them were the most outstanding bloodline descendants of the Nightmare race. They had also obtained the approval of the Netherworld royal bloodline and the Demon Dragon clan. Their strength and luck were both at the peak, and they had the potential to leap up and become Nightmare Kings, stepping onto the peak of the abyss. Perhaps they both had their most powerful cards in their hands. In the struggle for the throne, they could play a role in turning the situation around. But unfortunately, they encountered Qin Yu, or to be more precise, Qin Yu's great sun hidden beneath the solidified abyss. Everything became meaningless, because from the moment that great sun rose beneath the black curtain in Qin Yu's eyes, they had become chess pieces destined to be destroyed. Chapter 1145. Perhaps no one would have thought that the struggle for the Nightmare King position had already ended. Blue Sea and Shima had died. If Qin Yu wanted to, he would become the only candidate in the ancestral land. Inheriting the throne would be a smooth process. But what a pity, whether or not the Little Blue Lamp's plan existed, it was impossible for Qin Yu to accept the so-called Nightmare King position. He took a deep breath. In his true form, the Abyssal Titan emitted a loud rumbling sound, like the roar of thunder. Qin Yu looked around. This was an independent space that was almost the same as the outside world. It wasn't too large, and he could clearly see the gray borders. But it was impossible for it to be ordinary. For instance, when he killed Blue Sea and Shima just now, all the traces of destruction had disappeared and it had been restored to its original appearance. It really was exactly the same as before. It was like there was a powerful restraining strength in this space that kept everything in its original state, not allowing any changes or changes. There were no accidents. The Abyssal Titan that Qin Yu had incarnated had a flash of joy in its eyes. Using the power of the Abyss Gaze to conceal the Great Sun's aura was the key to the entire plan. If he failed, there would be no possibility of continuing. Now, it seemed that the result wasn't bad. Then let's continue. The Abyssal Titan looked up at the center of the ancestral land. He could faintly see an incomparably massive group of palaces there. The old turtle was there. Rumble, rumble, the Abyssal Titan stepped forward. The earth shook as he tore through the air, advancing at an astonishing speed. Soon, the group of palaces appeared in front of him. How to describe its scale with Qin Yu's current state? The size of this group of palaces was just right. It was like an ordinary human standing outside an ordinary palace. There were people outside the palace. To be more precise, there were 2 golden-armored guards. As Qin Yu stopped, they opened their eyes. Golden light surged within them, shining with endless majesty. It made one instinctively feel awe. How dare you? Who dares to trespass into the residence of a saint? Amidst the explosive roar, the wind and clouds surged in the sky above. Endless lightning exploded at the same time, raging lightning swept out. It was brilliant, like the might of the heavens and earth. But this scene only lasted for a short period of time. The thunder in the skies rapidly dissipated, and everything returned to tranquility. The two golden-armored guards bowed, as if they were listening to orders. After several breaths of time, their golden eyes fell onto Chinyu. The sage invites you in. You may enter. The abyssal titan frowned slightly, and then it calmed down. It didn't hesitate in the slightest to step into it. Countless paintings were engraved on the walls of the incomparably magnificent palace. There were paintings of chaos before the abyss was formed, of all kinds of terrifying creatures wreaking havoc when the abyss was formed, and there were also paintings of terrifying pillars of lightning destroying everything. On one of the scrolls, Chinyu saw a black divine mountain. The surface of this mountain was covered with countless demonic runes. At the peak of the mountain, there was a mysterious existence sitting upright. Below him were countless abyssal creatures that prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. Among them, Chinyu saw an abyssal demon dragon, an abyssal titan, and all sorts of other powerful creatures that had long since gone extinct. His footsteps paused for a moment. His eyes focused on the peak of the mountain, on that mysterious existence. Space twisted around it, making it impossible to see it clearly. But when his eyes fell on it, he faintly felt as if he were being watched, as if that mysterious existence was observing him. His heart chilled. A chill rose from the depths of his heart, extending upwards, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy lake. A long time ago, when I first appeared in the world, the spirits of the abyssal were summoned and came to worship me. They were bestowed titles by my will. A calm voice suddenly echoed out in the hall. Then, in front of Chinyu, space and time seemed to stretch without end. It made one feel as if they had fallen into the abyss, the weightlessness striking at their minds. Luckily, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then, Chinyu discovered that he had appeared in a painting from a long time ago. In front of him was a black divine mountain that broke through the ground and soared into the heavens. Countless demonic runes covered its surface and light surged endlessly, releasing an endless majesty. Beneath the divine mountain were countless abyssal creatures. There were 100,000-foot-high abyssal demon dragons, abyssal titans that supported the heavens, demon birds that blotted out the skies with their wings. Although they were of different races, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all incomparably powerful. Chinyu stiffened. As he felt the aura of these abyssal creatures, fear rose in his heart and his mind nearly collapsed. Even so, all of his attention was instinctively drawn to the mysterious existence at the summit, even though there were no fluctuations of aura around him. It was like wherever he arrived, no matter when or where he was, it would automatically become the center of the world. At this time, the mysterious existence at the summit suddenly looked up at Chinyu. He frowned and then waved his hand. A formidable repulsive strength instantly erupted, pushing Chinyu out from this sealed spacetime. Deng deng deng, the abyssal titan was forced backwards. His eyes widened and he gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead. What you saw just now was a moment that I inadvertently recorded. A voice sounded out in the hall once more. Then, the light in front of him gradually brightened and Chinyu saw who was speaking. With just a single glance, Chinyu could determine that what he saw now was the mysterious existence at the summit of the mountain in front of him in the painting. As for appearance or anything else, Chinyu didn't pay attention to it, because that was meaningless. He was him. He was not him. He was omnipresent. He was omnipresent. There was nothing he wasn't, old turtle. This was the existence that Chijin spoke of, the existence that had been hidden in the nightmare ancestral land for countless years. He was the abyss, or, to be more precise, he was a part of the abyss. You already know my identity, So why haven't you given up on those illusory thoughts? The old turtle slowly said, his tone calm and without the least bit of emotion. But amidst this calmness, there was an indisputable and valiant will that naturally flowed out. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of struggle. He lowered his head, his body shivering. The old turtle frowned, his voice becoming increasingly indifferent. You still think you can get lucky? To stand in front of me is to be enemies with the abyss. And now that you are in the abyss, the only result is destruction. He lifted a hand and spread out his 5 fingers. At this time, each finger was shining. The halo of light wasn't dazzling, but rather gentle. Now, follow my will and become the new Nightmare King. This is your only chance to wash away your sins. I will let bygones be bygones and give you the chance to start anew. Come, accept my grace. You will become the true king of the abyss and obtain the approval of my will, eternal life. The abyssal titan's body shivered even more violently. A low and deep voice came out from his mouth. Eternal life, just like those chess pieces of yours that are constantly awakening in the cycle of samsara? Even if I wanted to die, I wouldn't be able to do so. Ha ha, I really don't want such an eternal life. He looked up, revealing pitch-black eyes. This darkness was pure to the extreme, able to cover up all. Thus, the great sun in his eyes erupted with a blinding light. But it didn't spread out at all, instead being hidden in the darkness. The old turtle furrowed his eyebrows even tighter and a trace of restlessness appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Qin Yu gave him an intense feeling of threat, as if there was a blade on his back. Just what was it? It was similar to the aura of the abyss, but it wasn't a strength that originated from the abyss. Have you considered the consequences of refusing me? The old turtle's deep and low voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears, filled with an oppressive aura. Qin Yu relaxed a little. He knew that the little blue lamp's plan had succeeded once more. This was because the attitude of the old turtle was the second key turning point in the entire plan. Of course, even if he made a mistake and the old turtle suddenly launched an attack, the little blue lamp had already prepared additional plans to deal with him. But this would disrupt everything that followed and make it nearly impossible to achieve the final goal of the entire plan. Old Turtle, it had to be said that there were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. This was an ancient existence that possessed an aura that was nearly identical to the will of the abyss. It was filled with a cautious nature. Of course, it had been mentioned countless times before that there was nothing wrong with being cautious no matter the time. But once one crossed a certain boundary, this involved the fact that everything in the world was a single entity with 2 sides. One had to deal with it dialectically. In short, the old turtle's cautiousness allowed Qin Yu to continue following the optimal plan. He sneered. Rather than becoming a puppet and being controlled from now on, I might as well die in battle. He paused for a moment. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who wanted to go all out today, otherwise, how did you think I would have smoothly entered the ancestral land? The old turtle's tone was faint. You also said that they were all controlled by me. Even if they developed thoughts of rebellion, they wouldn't be able to stir up any wave. After a brief pause, he leaned forward. If you don't believe me, then you can try. I am willing to give you a chance to regret your decision. After you see their fates, you will naturally be willing to accept the grace I give you. The Abyss Titan nodded. Good. He lifted a leg and stomped down. The shadow beneath him wildly shook. Qin Yu, what are you doing? Qijin roared out in alarm and anger. This was completely different from their plan. Schwar he appeared in midair. As his eyes fell on the old turtle, he froze and began to shiver uncontrollably. It shouldn't be like this. Damn it, just what was Qin Yu trying to do? Moreover, he was actually hiding the Abyss Titan bloodline. Just what the hell was this? While he was filled with shock and anger, Qijin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this brat had reached an agreement with the old tortoise? Or could it be that he was originally a chess piece set up by the old tortoise to lure them to attack and kill the threat? If this was true, then everything they had done was a joke. But that wasn't right. Qin Yu was clearly different from them. If this really was the old turtle's plan, then it was impossible for there to be no trace of it. Just what was going on? Thoughts flew through Qi Jin's mind, tangling together. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. But no matter what the truth was, there was no doubt about one thing. Qin Yu had torn up their previous agreement and things had spiraled out of control. The old turtle narrowed his eyes. He never expected that Qin Yu would have such a reaction. Like this, Qin Yu had actually tossed out Qi Jin. Was there a trap here? Or was it that he didn't know what Qi Jin's true nature was? To threaten him, it simply didn't exist. Don't worry, you aren't the only one who wants to attack. The Abyss Titan suddenly punched out his fist. Space collapsed inwards. The old turtle's pupils shrank. At this time, he could feel an extremely threatening aura coming from Qin Yu's body. Moreover, with just a single punch, Qin Yu had broken through the ancestral land that he had spent countless years to strengthen. In the next moment, a roaring figure appeared from the shattered space. This person seemed to know what was about to happen. He crazily struggled to escape, but in the end he failed. Dong! With a loud bang, Marquis 15 fell to the ground, smashing open a deep pit in the hall. He stood at the bottom of the pit, his complexion pale. As his eyes swept over the old turtle, they became even uglier. Without giving him a chance to be angered, the Abyss Titan roared out, "I can give you a chance to temporarily escape the old turtle's control. Whether or not you can grasp it will depend on yourselves." He knelt on the ground, raised his fist, and smashed it down. Kacha, countless cracks appeared and quickly extended outward. They were densely intertwined like a giant spider web. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had covered the entire palace. Everything within sight was covered in cracks. The old turtle stuffily coughed, anger and shock in his eyes. At the same time, his fear of Qin Yu rose to the highest point. Qin Yu could actually injure him. Now is the time. The two of you can attack. Of course, you can also choose to attack me, if you think that the existence you call Old Tortoise will forgive you in the end. The Abyss Titan retreated. Marquis 15 clenched his teeth. He glared at Qin Yu with hatred in his eyes and rushed out without hesitation. He was well aware of his status. If he broke into the ancestral land, there was a chance that Qi Jin could survive. But there was no way he could survive. Of course, the most important thing was that the feeling Qin Yu gave him right now was far too terrifying. The Abyss Titan was fine. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he wasn't his match. But the crux of the matter was that with a single punch, Qin Yu had shattered the entire palace and removed the old turtle's suppression. This was simply inconceivable. Qi Jin laughed out loud. His eyes became bright as he stared at the old turtle. He said in a dreamy tone, "You can't imagine how long I've been waiting for this day. I didn't expect that it would actually come true. Although you are me and I am you, I still want to say that your face is far too ugly. I have long wanted to ruthlessly punch it." Bang! His feet fell and he shot into the skies, his speed even faster than Marquis 15. As for the result, it would be best if he could kill the old turtle, but the chances of this happening were far, far too low. But even if he couldn't kill him, being killed by him would also be the best. After all, Qi Jin had wanted to die for a long time. It would be best if I killed you, but it wouldn't be bad if you killed me. With this mentality, he didn't feel any pressure at all in this battle. This was Qi Jin's truest state of mind. Bang! Wild fluctuations of strength erupted in the cracked hall. Qin Yu had already retreated. The two golden-armored guards glared at him. "Insolence, you dare to disrespect a saint!" But while they shouted, they didn't have any intention of attacking Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at them. He only glanced at them for a moment before continuing to retreat. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. The little blue lamp was indeed terrifyingly strong, but it wasn't strong enough to directly destroy the old turtle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Looking at it now, the entire hall had been smashed apart. There were countless cracks all over and it looked extremely miserable. But the truth was that as long as the hall didn't collapse, there wouldn't be any damage to its foundation. As long as the little blue lamp's strength was used up, these seemingly miserable cracks would be restored to their original state. Then, the suppression of the old turtle that had been temporarily shielded would reform once more. At that time, Qi Zhen would be the first to die. Marquis 15 might be able to last a little longer, but the result wouldn't change. So, while it was possible to use the two of them to delay for time, it was impossible for them to directly kill the old turtle. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an abyssal titan, took a deep breath. Loud rumbling sounds filled the air. "Let's begin," he muttered to himself and sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, darkness filled his eyes. Like a black flood, it submerged Qin Yu's figure before completely disappearing from sight. In the cracked hall, the battle had entered a frenzied state from the very start. Qi Zhen wanted to kill people and he didn't fear death. Marquis 15 didn't want to die, but he was well aware that only by killing the old turtle would he have a slim chance of survival. Thus, these two fellows that had been forced by Qin Yu to the point of risking their lives against the old turtle were truly going all out. A spear appeared in Marquis 15's hands. As the spear point swayed, it shined with light like a black dragon and released a terrifying aura. Not too far away, Qi Zhen also had a pitch-black saber in his hands. It seemed as if it had absorbed a great deal of ink. These two divine weapons each possessed a part of the abyss attribute and could cause damage to the old turtle. Otherwise, even if he stood still and allowed the two of them to crazily attack him, they still wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the old turtle. But being able to cause damage and having already caused damage were two completely different concepts. At the very least, Qi Zhen and Marquis 15's attacks were incomparably violent and tyrannical, but they still weren't able to cause any substantial damage to the old turtle. As time slowly passed, Qi Zhen and Marquis 15's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety and helplessness. Wanting to kill the old turtle wasn't easy at all. Once he broke through Qin Yu's suppression, neither of them would be able to escape. Qi Zhen was fine. If he could die here and completely dissipate, he would no longer have to suffer the pain of samsara. But Marquis 15 didn't want to die. "Qin Yu, no matter what you want to do, you had best hurry up. We won't be able to last much longer." No one was a fool. The reason Qin Yu pulled the two of them into the ancestral land wasn't because he wanted to watch them die in front of his eyes. Thinking like this wasn't wrong, but there were always accidents. For instance, Qin Yu really was waiting for them to die. The deaths of Qi Zhen and Marquis 15 would be the turning point for the next step. Chapter 1146. The old turtle was naturally cautious. Well, to put it more bluntly, he was afraid of death. This wasn't a flaw at all. After all life forms in the world, as long as they had their own independent consciousness, they would instinctively feel awe and fear towards death. But in fact, there were different levels of fear. If one had to give the old turtle a label, then it would be that he feared death at the peak. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. For instance, sealing himself in this small world called the Nightmare Ancestral Land. The endless years had washed over him, producing loneliness and loneliness. The constant accumulation of loneliness was enough to collapse a person's mind. But the old turtle was an exception. Not only did he not show any signs of his mind collapsing, but he instead feared death even more. This was why he divided into several shadows to control the Nightmare tribe, constantly providing him with the source strength he needed to continue living. The reason he said so much was to make one point clear: just how much the old turtle feared death. In order to continue living, he was willing to do anything. And this point was also an incomparably important point in the little blue lamp's plan. Of course, this was all for later, and could be set aside for the time being. In the cracked hall, the old turtle withstood the crazy attacks of Qi Zhen and Marquis Thousand June. Although he was as steady as a mountain, he was still worried in his heart. Qin Yu's appearance was indeed a variable that surpassed his control. After sensing his existence, the old turtle was instantly vigilant. So, after the Heaven's Choice altar descended, he added fuel to the fire and made Qin Yu the target of everyone trying to kill him with a borrowed knife. Unfortunately, those bastards from the Nightmare tribe were far too useless. The arrival of King Xuanzi and Elder Mysterious Spell caused the old turtle to see hope once more. Thus, he acquiesced in their arrival. Otherwise, the Heaven's Choice altar was a part of the ancestral land and also the strongest defensive system of his turtle shell. How could he tolerate true kings breaking in? But the result was like this. Qin Yu was alive and well. He entered the ancestral land, and then a series of changes occurred. The old turtle began to regret not destroying Qin Yu as soon as he entered the ancestral land. Now, he felt as if he had fallen into Qin Yu's rhythm. A foreboding feeling lingered in his mind. No, he had to make a change. He couldn't allow himself to be schemed against by Qin Yu. These two little things in front of him had to be killed immediately. After all, Marquis Qianjun carried out the will of the abyss, so it was only right to destroy him. But Qi Zhen, his shadow actually wanted to kill him instead? It was simply unforgivable. Didn't you want to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish today. Outside the majestic palace, in the endless darkness, the abyssal titan opened its eyes. Hidden in the depths of its inky black eyes was a great sun that shone brilliantly. Through the little blue lamp, Qin Yu could clearly feel the change in the old turtle's aura. He was going to deal a heavy blow. Even though Qi Zhen and Marquis Qianjun were very powerful, facing the enraged old turtle, the only outcome was death. Like Blue Sea and Xiemo, they were also part of the plan. They were fated to be sacrificed, only they were slightly stronger. Ah! It was Marquis Qianjuan's voice, filled with fear and despair, but he was powerless to change his fate. "Save me, please save me!" he crazily roared, his face full of pleading. But he didn't obtain the slightest response. Many, many years ago, a shadow of the will of the abyss developed a thought that it shouldn't have. It didn't want to follow the decision of its main body and dissipate itself. Thus, the powerful nightmare race was born in the abyss. They were born with incomparably powerful supernatural abilities that restrained the various races of the abyss. These supernatural abilities were passed down to this day. As the shadow of the abyss lived longer and longer, it became more and more afraid of death, so it was willing to endure loneliness and solitude. It did everything it could to continue living, and this was something that the will of the abyss would never allow. Thus, Marquis Qianjun appeared to find a chance to destroy the shadow. The shadow was very careful. Marquis Qianjun couldn't find a chance and he wasn't willing to take risk. Thus, the stalemate continued until today. Then, Qin Yu appeared. Marquis Qianjun cooperated with Qi Zhen, and was finally forcefully pulled into the ancestral land. In his despair, Marquis Qianjun tried to seek help from the will of the abyss. In truth, he didn't understand that he was only a shadow. The will of the abyss didn't allow it to continue existing, but it also wouldn't pay too much attention to it. As for him, he was nothing more than a casual chess piece. In the endless abyss, he was nothing more than a drop of water in an endless ocean. To summon the will of the abyss and rescue him from this hopeless situation, the chances of this happening were basically negligible. Bang! After a loud explosion, Marquis Qianjuan's aura rapidly vanished from sight. Qi Zhen was deathly pale. But he revealed an excited expression. He loudly roared, "Come, hurry up and attack! I have been waiting for this day for countless years." A complex look appeared in the old turtle's eyes. Perhaps he was thinking, I was such a shadow that feared death, and yet the little shadow I split off would have such a personality. It's simply inconceivable. But no matter how complex his emotions were, the old turtle didn't hesitate at all. He lifted his hand and slapped out. Pa! The crisp sound was like the final syllable of a bubble that had been inflated up high. Chijin was like this bubble. His entire body shattered into countless pieces, and he rapidly vanished from sight. In the darkness, the great sun hidden deep within his eyes suddenly shook. The abyssal titan roared out loud and grasped forwards. Bang, bang, countless wisps of aura howled through the cracks in the hall. The reason he destroyed the hall was to break the suppression of the old turtle, so that Qi Zhen and Marquis Qianjun could fight and give Qin Yu time to prepare. But more importantly, the current scene had caused the old turtle to be unable to completely seal them in. After the two people died, their auras began to disperse. The old turtle was the shadow of the abyss and Qi Zhen was the shadow of the old turtle. Although their relationship was complicated, there was one thing that was clear: Qi Zhen's aura came from the same source as the abyss. It was because of this that he was able to do all sorts of inconceivable things in the outside world. As for Marquis Qianjun, he was a chess piece of the abyss. Although this chess piece wasn't very successful and it was likely that he had already been forgotten, the essence of his identity wouldn't change. As a chess piece of the abyss, he certainly had the aura of the abyss. There wasn't much of the aura of the abyss on their bodies, and a portion of it had been intercepted by the old turtle. But if they were gathered together, they could just barely be used. And this was the turning point that Qin Yu had been waiting for. He wanted to use the aura of the abyss to forcefully break open the thick shell of the old turtle and pull in two powerful helpers to complete the climax of his plan. Without a doubt, Elder Arcane Mind, who had delivered himself to his doorstep, was one of the helpers. As for the other, if King Xuanzi knew that he would encounter today's events, he would likely regret his initial curiosity. This was because curiosity could sometimes kill a cat, but it could also kill an incomparably powerful true king. The vortex in the skies of the abyss still existed. Some time had already passed since the Heaven's Choice stage had entered. According to past records, the channel could open at any time, and the only person to walk out would be the new Nightmare King. Elder Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi stood on one side. The ancient King Patriarch, the old King Patriarch, and the new Hong Chang stood on the other side. Even further away were the black and white-haired man, Yun Wuyao, the 7-kill Patriarch, and the other demon guards who had been expelled. At this time, all of their eyes were focused on the vortex, their expressions dignified. But this dignified look had different meanings. What Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi were worried about was whether or not they could obtain the things within the Nightmare Ancestral Land. The ancient king, the old king, and the new faction all wanted to know whether or not they could obtain the secrets of the Ancestral Land this time. As for who the new Nightmare King was, that didn't seem important at all. As for the remaining people, perhaps the black and white-haired man knew some inside information. As for the others, what they cared about was who the new Nightmare King would be. There was a deathly silence in the air. All of a sudden, the vortex in the sky began to spin. From stillness to rotation, this change didn't pause at all. It was so sudden that everyone's eyes widened. Their breathing quickened. The vortex spun. Just who was it that had become the new Nightmare King? At this time, Elder Arcane Mind frowned. The Abyssal Demon Dragon race was known as the beloved children of the Abyss, and they had obtained a high degree of recognition from the will. Faintly, they had an extremely keen sense for threat. For example, as the vortex in the sky spun, he sensed a sudden threat coming at him. Beside him, King Xuanzi's face also revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't feel it as clearly as Arcane Mind, but he also felt uneasy. Could it be that a new change had occurred in the Nightmare Ancestral Land? Without giving the two true kings any more time to think, the passage within the vortex appeared again, and the path to the Ancestral Land opened. Everyone's eyes subconsciously widened, but what happened next was beyond their imagination. The passageway opened, but no one walked out. Instead, an incomparably powerful pulling force suddenly erupted from within. The target of this pulling force was obvious: Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi. The ancient King clan leader, the old King clan leader, and the new faction's Hong Chang. The three nameless true kings' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. Looking at the passage within the vortex, a thought involuntarily popped up in their minds. The one hidden in the ancestral land had finally begun to retaliate against the arrival of Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi. And this was exactly what they had hoped for. Perhaps through what happened next, they could confirm the true secrets of the ancestral land. They wanted to know just what the ancestral land was. What was the relationship between the existence of the Nightmare Clan and the ancestral land? Bang bang! Arcane Mind and King Xuanzi's auras erupted at the same time. The two abyssal true kings furrowed their eyebrows, a dignified look in their eyes. The Nightmare ancestral land had attacked them. It was inevitable that they would be shocked and angry, but in the hearts of the two true kings, they didn't panic too much. The pulling force from the vortex was indeed tyrannical, but to a true king-level existence, it wasn't impossible to resist. With just this, it wanted to pull the two of them into the ancestral land? Humph humph, how laughable! Moreover, through this matter, it seemed that the true situation of the Nightmare ancestral land had been exposed. If it only possessed this degree of strength, then taking advantage of the situation to slaughter its way into the ancestral land wasn't a bad choice. The only thing they feared was that this was a deliberate bait. Elder Arcane Mind glanced at King Xuanzi. His lips moved, and just as he was about to say something, his complexion changed. Qin Yu. With a loud roar, terrifying fluctuations of demonic energy erupted from his body. In the billowing waves of black demonic energy, Elder Arcane Mind revealed his true form as an abyssal demon dragon. He directly rushed into the passage in the vortex, and then, beneath the widened eyes of countless people, he forcefully squeezed his way in and vanished without a trace. Chapter 1147. King Xuanzi's eyes widened as he thought, since when did this old demon dragon become so radical? He actually broke in just like that. No, before he left, he shouted out the name Qin Yu. Could it be that this matter was related to that junior? Elder Subtle was not willing, but for some reason, he had to enter the ancestral land. If that was the case, he really hoped that this old demon dragon could be buried there. The abyssal demon dragon race was too horrifying. To be able to weaken their power was something that the Netherworld royal bloodline would be happy to see. However, what if this was just a deliberate ploy by that old demon dragon, Alpha? He must have discovered something and couldn't wait to break into the Nightmare ancestral land. He was worried that it would cause a fight, so he deliberately played this trick to mess up King Xuanzi's judgment. This was not impossible. King Xuanzi's brows furrowed, and his eyes were uncertain. He had a feeling that he was in a dilemma after thinking for a long time. However, this dilemma did not last for long. With a boom sound, the purgatory projections suddenly appeared outside his body. Among them, a figure that was suffering from the purgatory flame suddenly widened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstasy. He raised his head and stared at King Xuanzi. His emotions were running wild. You dare to capture me? Don't you know that I have a backer? Now, I will let you know what the consequence of touching me is. So what if you are a true king? When my master makes a move, he'll beat you all to the ground. Now, tremble and despair, your good days are over. At this moment, Shadowless Demon's face was full of tears. Unfortunately, as soon as the tears came out, they were burned by the purgatory flame. So, his emotions of joy could not be perfectly released. However, it did not matter whether he released his emotions or not. Shadowless Demon just wanted to see King Xuanzi being beaten down by his master. While he was shocked and angry, King Xuanze also realized that the powerful force that suddenly descended on him was because of the existence of the purgatory. To be exact, it was a little thing that was suppressed by him in the purgatory. King Xuanze's first reaction was that he could not believe it. After all, the purgatory was the most powerful magical power of the Netherworld royal bloodline. Unexpectedly, because of a little thing that was suppressed, it became a medium to counteract him. If there really was such a huge flaw, the Netherworld royal bloodline would have been destroyed a long time ago. How could it be able to dominate a region until now? But no matter how much he couldn't believe it, it had already happened. The power that descended upon him was like a giant invisible hand that wanted to pull him into the vortex. Humph! Xuanji monarch snorted coldly and raised his finger. In his purgatory, everything could be controlled by a single thought. Since it was because of this little worm that he was being suppressed, he would naturally be able to escape once he killed this little worm. It was a good idea, but soon King Xuanji's face turned ashen, and panic appeared in his eyes. The reason for that was because he discovered that even though his finger had already landed, purgatory was still extremely calm. There was not the slightest ripple. It was as though the connection between him and the purgatory had been severed by some powerful force. Of course, it wasn't appropriate to say that they were completely separated, because purgatory was still his purgatory, and the two of them were inseparable. But he had lost control of purgatory. Bang around his body, the violent power suddenly soared. King Xuanji groaned, and his body uncontrollably moved forward. Every step he took caused the space around him to shatter. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. "Break for me!" King Xuanji reared his head back and roared. The strength of a true king erupted without reservation. The already severely broken space was instantly shattered into powder, turning into endless darkness. But this wasn't able to resolve the danger he faced. The strength that firmly grabbed him was violently pulled once more. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. Even someone as formidable as King Xuanji had no way to contend with it. With a roar of anger, he flew into the air and fell into the vortex channel, vanishing from sight just like Elder Arcane's spell. The broken space was rapidly restored to its original state. Countless eyes widened, and the world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. What was going on? Who was dealing with Arcane's spell and King Xuanji? What sort of change had occurred within the ancestral land? Countless chaotic thoughts fiercely collided in everyone's minds. They were like a pot of rotten porridge, recklessly tumbling and bubbling. When Elder Arcane's spell handed over the summoning contract to Qin Yu, he had thought that this would bring him great danger. But no matter what, he never imagined that today's situation would occur. With Elder Arcane's spell's strength, even amongst the true kings of the Abyss, he was an extremely powerful existence. There weren't many factors that could threaten him, much less something that could threaten his life. But now, this sort of thing had happened. As soon as Elder Arcane's spell saw the old turtle, he stiffened. He didn't need any words to confirm his identity. The shadow of the abyss that had betrayed him, this was a warning that came from the fused abyssal source within his body. Even if it was only a shadow, when the true body was the endless abyss itself, it still possessed an inconceivably terrifying might. That bastard Qin Yu, he had actually summoned him to the nightmare ancestral land. While he was furious, Arcane's spell also felt a bit of a headache. Because no matter how he looked at it, it felt as if he had delivered himself to Qin Yu's doorstep on his own initiative. After all, if it weren't for the fact that the two sides were too close, when the contract was activated and he felt a threatening aura, he might have paid a price and refused to descend. The only thing that comforted Elder Arcane's spell was that he wasn't the only one suffering from bad luck. Looking at King Xuanze not too far away, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Elder Arcane's spell suddenly felt that he wasn't wrong too much. After all, he was the one who had agreed to hand over the summoning contract to Qin Yu on his own initiative. Now, he was suffering the consequences of his own actions. But what about King Xuanzi? This fellow didn't have the slightest connection with Qin Yu. It was clear that he had been schemed against and forcefully pulled into this mess. He was truly worthy of being someone that even that woman Liao Shi had to take care of. He really couldn't be underestimated. The solemn true Abyssal King had been schemed against just like that, and not even he had been able to feel anything strange about it. This method was truly terrifying, or could it be said that the reason Qin Yu was able to scheme against King Xuanzi was because of Liao Shi's arrangements? Elder Arcane Spell, King Xuanzi, this junior knows that you must be enraged right now. You must hate me for dragging you into the nightmare ancestral land. But with danger comes opportunity. I believe that you too should have already determined the identity of this existence in front of you. The Abyssal Titan's voice became increasingly gloomy. Destroy him and you will obtain a reward from the will of the Abyss. With this reward, you might be able to achieve your respective goals. For instance, Elder Arcane Spell might wish to take another step further and transform into the highest level Abyssal Demon Dragon. As for King Xuanzi, he might be able to use this merit to offset the crimes of the Netherworld royal bloodline and escape the shackles of imprisonment. Elder Arcane Spell and King Xuanzi shook. They stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, endless shock in their eyes. Everything he mentioned was top-secret information that no one knew about. But Qin Yu had casually mentioned it. How did he know? As the hearts of the two true monarchs shook, Qin Yu's lips curved up. He continued to say, or perhaps the will of the Abyss doesn't care about the existence of this shadow and you too won't be able to obtain a reward, but this result will be even more tempting to you. After all, even if it is only a shadow, it still contains a faint strength of the will of the Abyss. If you swallow this strength, you can obtain even more. Elder Arcane Spell and King Xuanzi's breathing deepened. The possibility that Qin Yu spoke of wasn't impossible. If they could really obtain the strength of the will of the Abyss contained within the shadow of betrayal, just thinking about it caused their hearts to race. It wasn't that the two true monarchs weren't shrewd enough, but rather that this temptation was far too great. It was so great that it was even more tempting than the best possible situation they could imagine. But the premise of all of this was that they had to destroy the shadow of betrayal in front of them. The old turtle slowly spoke, his deep and low voice echoing in the air. Although the true monarchs of the Abyss are strong, I am the Abyss. Even if I only have a 10,000th of my main body's strength, killing you isn't difficult at all. Now I will give you my promise. If you kill Qin Yu, I can let you leave and I will no longer pursue your crimes. The old turtle didn't deny his own nature. Qin Yu clearly knew his background, and Arcane Spell and King Xuanzi were both true monarchs that had obtained the recognition of the will of the Abyss, so they were able to recognize him with a single glance. The Abyssal Titan laughed. 100th of your strength? You think too highly of yourself. If you really had such strength, you could kill a true monarch with a single thought. There would be no need to waste your breath. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the old turtle. Moreover, you have forgotten the most important point. All true monarchs need to obtain the recognition of the will of the Abyss in order to become a true monarch. In other words, even if Arcane Spell and King Xuanzi reach a compromise with you today and leave the ancestral land unscathed, once they are discovered by the will of the Abyss, they will inevitably lose their boundary. The Abyssal Titan incarnation of Qin Yu's eyes became even darker. Two true monarchs, there is no need to delay any longer. I will work together with you to destroy the shadow of betrayal. This is in line with our common interests. Elder Arcane Spell glanced at Qin Yu, his eyes indifferent without much fluctuation. What bullshit common interests? You actually dared to scheme against me? If it weren't for the contract binding us, I would have swallowed you whole and let you experience what it meant to have sharp teeth that could cut through iron like mud. Even your bones would be chewed to pieces by me. But reason told him that what Qin Yu said wasn't wrong. Eliminating the shadow of betrayal was their best choice, of course. This was based on the premise that Qin Yu didn't play any tricks in the dark. He always felt that this boy's actions weren't as simple as they seemed. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into Qin Yu's trap. King Xuanzi coldly said, "That rat in my purgatory, was he a chess piece that you placed down a long time ago?" The Abyssal Titan lightly said, "This junior doesn't have the ability to foresee the future. This is only a coincidence. King Xuanzi, you just happened to be dragged into this." At this time, there was no need for Qin Yu to lie anymore. King Xuanzi's eyes darkened and his complexion became increasingly ugly. Coincidence, it was actually a coincidence. He really wished he could raise his hand and slap himself in the face several times. He was simply not doing his job properly. What was he being so curious about? Because of a pill that could activate his bloodline, he had brought himself such a great deal of trouble. What a cheap hand, what a sin! In the purgatory projection, Shadowless Demon's body trembled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and constantly kowtowed. "Master, it really is my master." He saw everything that happened outside. He thought, so my master is so crazy that he even dared to scheme against a true Abyss King. And he even schemed against two of them. Although he had some guesses before, when he confirmed the scene in front of him, the psychological impact it formed still made his heart surge. Of course, more importantly, Shadowless Demon discovered that Qin Yu's strength wasn't limited to just this. What was even more shocking was that his master had driven the two true Abyss Kings with the ultimate goal of eliminating the shadow of betrayal. That was the shadow of the Abyss, all right, even if it was just a shadow. The power it had could casually crush him into pieces with a flick of a finger. His master's strength had completely surpassed the limits of his imagination. King Xuanzi's eyes flashed coldly. This damned little bug, does he really think that he, a dignified true Abyss King, can't do anything to him? Qin Yu, I can agree to your proposal, but the premise is that you must let me personally kill this lowly ant. After a slight pause, his tone became even colder, because the dignity of a true king cannot be challenged. Chapter 1148. The Abyssal Titan narrowed his eyes. If King Xuanzi insists, then this junior can agree. Before King Xuanzi could reveal a happy expression of revenge, his cold voice continued, "But please consider this carefully. After killing Shadowless Demon, you will be my enemy. After the matter of the ancestral land comes to an end, this junior will naturally demand a price from you." Threatening him? The dignified Abyssal King, one of the rulers of the Netherworld royal bloodline, was actually being threatened in such a straightforward manner. Ridiculous! King Xuanzi almost laughed out of anger, but in the end, he forcefully suppressed his laughter, because Qin Yu's eyes were very serious. And more importantly, he could feel a real threat from those serious eyes. It was as if a cold and sharp blade had touched his skin, but it did not seem to have touched him. Traces of coldness continuously invaded his mind. King Xuanzi couldn't help but consider this feeling. Was it worth paying such a price to kill Black Sky Demon? Qin Yu's strength might not be much, but the facts proved that he had the qualifications to scheme against a true king. He and the old dragon, mysterious dragon, were now trapped in the ancestral land. They hated him to the point of gnashing their teeth, but they could only endure it. This was an indisputable fact. If one lived long enough, they would experience enough things, and if they experienced enough things, they would develop thick skin. In a basic situation, the length of one's life was directly proportional to the thickness of one's skin. In other words, King Xuanzi's skin was very thick. A true king's dignity couldn't be offended, but it also depended on who it was. If Shadowless Demon was only Shadowless Demon, then killing him wouldn't be a problem at all. But with Qin Yu's help, things were different. This matter once again reminded them of a very important point. There was a great difference between having a backer and not having one. Cough cough, of course, King Xuanzi didn't expect that Qin Yu would threaten a true king for shadowless demon. Cough. I was just joking. Little friend Qin, there is no need to take it seriously. King Xuanzi calmly said, without the murderous intent from before. But, since I am already here, I ask little friend to help bring this person out of purgatory. This was the benefit of being thick-skinned. When he changed his expression, there was not even the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was smooth and natural. Qin Yu shook his head and said, for now, shadowless demon can only stay in purgatory. As for the specific reason, I cannot explain it. But King Xuanzi, please rest assured. As soon as I leave Nightmare Ancestral Land, I will take him away. His refusal was straightforward and he didn't even give an explanation. Facing a dignified true king, such an attitude could be said to be extremely rude. King Xuanzi was thick-skinned, but it didn't mean that he was shameless. His mouth twitched and his eyes became gloomy. But the more Qin Yu didn't give him face, the more he didn't dare to act rashly. To put it simply, it could be described as acting cheap. His eyes grew even gloomier, and he hesitated for a long time before he said in a low voice, all right, I hope little friend Qin can keep his word. Elder Arcane Mage suddenly spoke up. Don't waste your breath. Since you've made your decision, let's begin. He licked his lips and his eyes brightened. Although he was indeed annoyed at being pulled into the Nightmare Ancestral Land, he wished he could tear Qin Yu to shreds. But now, as he faced the shadow of betrayal, he couldn't help but feel excitement rise in his heart. Even if it was only a shadow, what it represented was a part of the pure source of the abyss. If he could kill it and seize the source of the abyss, then if everything went smoothly, he could become the most powerful abyssal demon dragon. He might even have the qualifications to attack the legendary realm of the Dark Saint Dragon and truly become a part of the will of the abyss. The old turtle paled. He screamed out, "You are too insolent! Do you really think that my existence is something you can offend?" He lifted a hand. At this time, the entire Nightmare Ancestral Land darkened. Countless clouds howled out, weaving together to form a curtain that blocked out the skies. There was no eruption of thunder. Instead, there were only black clouds surging like billowing tides. Although they shook, there was no sound at all. But it was this sort of silence that actually released an even more terrifying pressure, as if everything within its range would be destroyed. This was a shadow that defied the will of the abyss, a shadow that struggled to survive in a sealed environment, a shadow that continued to divide itself and control the entire nightmare race. Of course, one couldn't really regard it as an ordinary shadow. If there was a ranking of shadows that feared death, then the old turtle would definitely be at the peak. But if there was a ranking of shadows that had existed since ancient times, then he would also be an absolute leader. The complexions of the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi changed. At this time, they could feel an incomparably powerful pressure bearing down on them. Even their hearts began to slow down. The circulation of demonic energy was difficult. Their perception of the outside world became blurry. It was like they were tightly wrapped up in thick serous membranes. Layer upon layer, they found it hard to breathe. This was the might of the will of the abyss. Although it was far from 1% of the strength that the old turtle had mentioned, it was still able to create an extremely strong suppression on them. King Xuanzi roared out loud, "Little friend Qin, if you have no way to suppress the aura of the shadow of betrayal, then we will all die here." The mysterious mind was silent. Being suppressed by the shadow of betrayal was indeed dangerous, but he wouldn't fall into a state of complete collapse in a short period of time. But he also wanted to know what Qin Yu's trump card was, or, to be more precise, did this junior have the qualifications to join forces with them? He and King Xuanzi were both genuine true abyssal kings. This in itself was proof of their strength. As for Qin Yu, he lacked such proof. Or, to put it more bluntly, the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi would adjust their own attitudes based on Qin Yu's following performance, as well as how they thought about what would happen next. If Qin Yu really had the qualifications to fight alongside them, then the final benefits and harvests would naturally belong to him. Otherwise, to be arrogant to such a degree and yet not have the strength to protect himself, the only fate awaiting him was to die a horrible death. Deep within the abyssal titan's pitch-black eyes, a great sun released a trillion rays of light. A deep and low voice came from his mouth, constantly rumbling in the air. Of course, I will help the two true kings in order to achieve our mutual interest. He lifted a hand and slowly reached into the heavens. His 5 fingers spread open and he clenched them. In that instant, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave of strength spread out from the dark clouds that covered the skies. Ah! The old turtle roared in anger, his voice filled with unconcealable pain. He glared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred and hidden fear. Who are you? Just who are you? As the shadow of the abyss, he was certainly familiar with the strength of the abyss. But now that the shockwave erupted, what was suppressing and tearing him apart was a completely different strength. Boundless and brilliant, it exuded an endless majesty and power. It swept out like a raging flood, capable of tearing apart all that stood in its way. The complexions of the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi changed. Their pupils violently shrank, revealing endless dread. Qin Yu was actually able to release this sort of aura. This wasn't an absolutely formidable strength, but it left one in awe. This was because this sort of aura represented an extremely high level. To be able to break through the suppression of the shadow of betrayal meant that Qin Yu's actions represented at least the same level of will. The shadow of betrayal roared out in anger, asking who Qin Yu was. In truth, this was also what the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi wanted to know the most. But there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that Qin Yu had the qualifications to join forces with them, and he even had a slight advantage. The reason they used the word slightly was because there should be a limit to the aura that Qin Yu was releasing right now. Otherwise, he would have been able to directly eliminate the shadow of betrayal by himself. After all, a shadow was only a shadow in the end. If he could break through the suppression of the source aura of the will of the abyss, then his true strength wouldn't be too formidable. Qin Yu had gone to great lengths to pull the two of them into the nightmare ancestral land. From this, he had verified the limit just now. If it weren't for this, then so what if there were two true abyssal kings? If they were suppressed by an aura on the same level as the will of the abyss, then they could only fall into the fate of being trampled upon. The abyssal titan said in a low voice, "Two true kings, this junior cannot maintain this for long. I ask you to make your move." The mysterious mind and King Xuanzi took a deep breath. Without hesitation, they stepped forwards. Bang, bang, in that instant, their bodies wildly grew at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into giants that were the same height as the shadow of betrayal. This was a true king of the abyss. After obtaining the approval of the will of the abyss and fusing with their bloodline, only then could they truly control the body of a true king. This was the strongest state of a true king of the abyss, but it was also their weakest moment. Once the body of a true king was damaged, it would cause the loss of their bloodline to exceed a certain limit. It might even cause their bloodline to collapse and their true king realm to shatter. Without hesitation, they directly displayed the body of a true king. This meant that the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi were truly going all out. Of course, this was also a declaration of their strength. It would let Qin Yu know that a true king was still a true king. Even if he controlled an extremely terrifying aura that could compare to the will of the abyss, it was still best not to have any thoughts about them. Otherwise, if two true kings joined forces and erupted, the consequences might not be something he could withstand. It had to be said that these two solemn true kings of the abyss, especially those like the mysterious mind and King Xuanzi, were illustrious existences in the true king realm. But now, they had been reduced to revealing their strength to a demon commander level junior on their own initiative in order to ensure their own safety. This was truly a shameful matter. Die. You all deserve to die. The old turtle completely erupted. The more he feared death, the more he hated the mysterious mind and King Schwanza who were trying to kill him. Of course, the one the old turtle hated the most was Qin Yu, who had transformed into an abyssal titan. If it weren't for this little thing, then even if these two true kings attacked, he still had enough confidence he could protect himself. In fact, he could even slowly grind these two true kings to death in the ancestral land and steal away the fused abyssal source energy within their bodies. After all, the ancestral land was the strongest turtle shell he had created for himself after spending countless years. Of course, it had more than just the ability to automatically recover. But now, Qin Yu had crippled most of his greatest reliance. The pressure of the will of the abyss was still present, but it was already difficult for it to have any substantial effect on the mysterious mind and King Schwanza. The strength of these two true kings could erupt with a relatively complete strength. To the old turtle, the consequences were devastating. This was because a shadow was still a shadow. After losing the might of the will of the abyss, its strength wasn't tyrannical. At most, it could compare to an ordinary true king of the abyss. Facing the ferocious attacks of the mysterious mind and King Schwanza's true king bodies, even protecting himself would be incomparably difficult. Bang, bang, a heaven-shaking explosion swept out in all directions. Incomparably wild fluctuations of strength recklessly swept out. The abyssal titan drew back a little. But, the current ancestral land had already become a battlefield between the two true kings and the old turtle. It was inevitable that it would suffer an impact. Aura was just an aura, it didn't represent absolute strength. This was already mentioned before. Thus, even as they fought, the two true kings still paid a bit of attention to Qin Yu. But the result left them disappointed. This was because the terrifying strength that shook outwards wasn't able to cause any substantial damage to Qin Yu. The true body of the abyssal titan stood between the heavens and earth like a mountain. Without moving at all, those fluctuations of strength quietly vanished. It was like there was some incomparably terrifying will hidden within his body. It was so strong that not even true kings dared to provoke it in a battle. Seeing this scene, the dangerous thoughts in King Mysterious Strategy's and King Mysterious Strategy's hearts were finally concealed and dissipated. Chapter 1149. From this moment on, the two true monarchs decided to bring Qin Yu with them to divide up the final benefits of this great battle in the Nightmare Ancestral Land. That's right, these were powerful and fierce abyssal true monarchs who were also incomparably proud. Even if Qin Yu could release an aura that left them feeling dread, if he didn't have enough strength, then it would be impossible for him to gain an advantage in front of these two true monarchs. This was because this was the abyss where strength determined everything. If one didn't have enough strength to support their plans, then it would be a joke. But in truth, Elder Profound Mind and Monarch Profound Strategy would never have imagined that from the very start, the two of them had only played the role of hired thugs. As for how to divide the benefits, let alone eating meat with Qin Yu, he didn't even plan on leaving behind any hot soup. This was because there was no way to divide the most important benefits. As for the rest, he didn't care about them at all. But besides these benefits, there was nothing else in the entire Nightmare Ancestral Land that was worth the true monarchs risking their lives for. This was a sad story that made people feel a little sad. Of course, sadness was sadness, but more than that, there was definitely anger. Unless the two true monarchs decided to perish together with the old turtle, how could they be willing to see such a situation occur? The abyssal titan narrowed his eyes, a bit of helplessness in them. This was because he was well aware that the chances of them perishing together were nearly negligible. The old turtle had his strongest trump card broken. Although he could still hold on, he would still be pressed to the ground by the two true monarchs in the end. taking a step back, even if the old turtle really was hiding some desperate trump card that could drag the two true monarchs to perish together at a critical moment. Qin Yu still had to prevent this situation from occurring. In short, they had to fall out with each other. Then, what was placed in front of Qin Yu was an incomparably sharp problem. He had to think of a way to suppress the raging anger of elder profound mind and monarch profound strategy. The little blue lamp's plan was extremely meticulous, so it certainly wouldn't overlook this point. But no matter how Qin Yu looked at it, this was far too risky. If he wasn't careful, his fate would be bleak. He couldn't help but ask this in his heart. The little blue lamp remained silent. Qin Yu's heart chilled. Because this kind of calmness could be seen as disdain when one was full of confidence, or it could be understood as a lack of confidence. Although the little blue lamp had released an extremely tyrannical strength this time, directly suppressing two true kings wasn't easy at all. If it really did possess such great strength, there would have been no need for it to carefully conceal itself ever since it entered the abyss, or even for a long period of time before that. The more he thought about it, the more uncertain he became. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but in the end his lips twitched and he maintained his silence. Now that things had come to this, did he still have a way out? Since there was no way to retreat, the result would be the same whether he asked or not. He could only hope that the little blue lamp wouldn't drop the ball at this critical moment. Otherwise, if the little blue lamp's movements were as fierce as a tiger's and the two true kings could only grit their teeth and go all out, then all their efforts would be in vain, and they might even be chased to the ends of the world. That would be far too ridiculous. Rumble, terrifying energy fluctuations surged and spread at an astonishing speed, engulfing the entire ancestral land. Everything was torn apart and destroyed. But the shattered space and earth were restored in the blink of an eye. It was like a mirror that was shattered and restored, repeating itself over and over again. As mentioned before, as the home that the old turtle had created for himself, the strongest defensive turtle shell, it was impossible for the ancestral land's small world to only have this sort of passive ability. "Ah!" the old turtle screeched. His face was fierce and cruel, but there was also an unconcealable fear in his voice. The two true kings were going all out, and he could clearly feel the shadow of death descending upon him. This sort of feeling was terrible to the extreme. He had already lived for so many years, enduring endless loneliness, spending all of his heart and soul to struggle until today. How could he die here? He couldn't die, he definitely couldn't die here. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. The old turtle was well aware of the key point of today's situation. If it weren't for Qin Yu destroying his strongest card, how could Elder Alpha and King Xuanzi have bullied him so miserably? They would have hammered him until there was no road to heaven or door to hell, and he would have only been able to miserably wait for death to arrive. If he wanted to live, he had to make changes. And without a doubt, killing Qin Yu was the only and most correct choice, so from the very start, the old turtle had been accumulating his strength and waiting for a chance. He could only attack once. He absolutely could not fail, otherwise, he feared he really would die. As this thought appeared in the old turtle's mind, a deep fear flashed in his eyes. Then, endless madness and ruthlessness collided and wove together, forming a powerful stubbornness. Live, he only wanted to live. The abyssal titan incarnation of Qin Yu's heart suddenly shrank. A cold vigilance rose in his heart. He looked at the old turtle and just happened to meet the stubborn and dangerous eyes of the old turtle. His eyebrows immediately furrowed together. In the next moment there was a heaven-shaking explosion. It was mixed with the angry roars of Alpha, the old demon dragon, and King Xuanzi. It was clear that the two true kings had been caught off guard by the sudden eruption of the old turtle's attack and suffered a loss. Then, that terrifying strength that was enough to severely wound an ordinary true king erupted like a river bursting through a dam. Without the least bit of delay, after careful calculations and preparations, This attack of strength hurtled straight towards Qin Yu. Kacha, the mirror, that had been shattered countless times, exploded once more. Space, the earth, and everything within it were instantly destroyed wherever the shock wave passed. Without time to dodge, the abyssal titan incarnation of Qin Yu was instantly sucked in. He had experienced this situation many times already. This was because the entire ancestral land had become a battlefield between the two true kings and the old turtle. There was nowhere to hide. But this time was different. This was because everything that shattered didn't recover like before. This wasn't the right way to describe it because it recovered. But as it recovered, it collapsed into countless pieces. Then, it repeated itself again and again. Shatter, condense, shatter, condense, shatter, condense. It was like a disk that was stuck, constantly repeating itself. But of course, it was impossible for it to just be a stuck repetition. This was because Qin Yu was still in this space. Every time he shattered and condensed, he needed to consume a tremendous amount of strength to counteract the invading destructive strength. Right now, Qin Yu was safe because he still had enough strength to resist the tearing of space. But what would happen once his strength was exhausted? The only result would be that he would be torn apart by the repeated shattering and condensing of space. Then, he would turn into even smaller fragments, even smaller fragments, even smaller fragments, all the way until he was nothing more than nothing, until he completely vanished from sight. This was one of the killing moves of the strongest turtle shell, a trump card that the old turtle had prepared to deal with abnormal situations. The ancestral land could maintain its unchanging state, but it could also transform this unchanging state into a terrifying killing move. One shouldn't think that the current shattering of space was the same as before. That's right, although both sides looked exactly the same on the surface, the truth was that they were in two completely different states. The current shattering was because the old turtle had used the might of the abyss to constantly support the ancestral land over the countless years, allowing it to obtain a terrifying strength. Every time it shattered and repeated, the resulting destructive strength required an astonishing amount of consumption in order to be able to completely resist it. This sort of consumption didn't just refer to the strength within one's body, but also the might of a will on the same level as the abyss will. The old turtle was gambling. He was gambling that the strength within Qin Yu's body wouldn't be able to last for too long, and he was gambling that it was impossible for Qin Yu to control too much of that unknown and terrifying will. Regardless of which aspect it was, if he was exhausted in either one, all that awaited him would be instant annihilation. Of course, if they wanted to kill Qin Yu, this wasn't enough. This was because the two true kings in front of them wouldn't stare blankly on as he was killed. Although in their hearts these two true kings wished they could tear Qin Yu apart and fry him in oil, in this situation they were all in the same boat. If they wanted to live they had to join forces. Thus, if they wanted to kill Qin Yu they had to trap these two true kings so that they couldn't help him. Bang, deep rumbling sounds erupted one after another. They were so dense and intense that even the sound of space shattering was drowned out. The shattered space began to crazily collapse and compress inward. This was the source of the deep rumbling sounds just now. It was like a prison formed from the space itself. Space wasn't strong and couldn't resist the might of a true king. A casual strike could tear it apart. But what if two spaces overlapped? If two sides weren't enough, then there could be 3 layers. If 3 layers weren't enough, then there could be 4 layers, 40 layers, 400 layers, or even more. These were countless layers of space that were forcefully compressed together by a terrifying strength. The formidable imprisoning strength it produced could produce an effect similar to a prison. Of course, unless space was compressed and superimposed endlessly, it would be destroyed by the true kings sooner or later. But what the old turtle wanted wasn't to use this to imprison these two true kings. As long as they couldn't split themselves to help Qin Yu, it was fine. Once Qin Yu was killed, he could restore the might of the abyss will. At that time, these two true kings would be fish on the chopping block. It wouldn't be a problem for him to eat them however he wanted. Of course, saying this was a bit arrogant. In the end, a true king was still a true king. They weren't easy to deal with. But eating them in the end wasn't a problem at all. Thus, Qin Yu's life or death was the key. He had to die, and he had to die a cold death. The old turtle hated his own main body the most, because he actually hoped that he would dissipate on his own initiative and end his life. This was simply unforgivable. But now, for the first time, the old turtle sincerely prayed that his main body could hear his voice and make his wish come true. Qin Yu, hurry and die. Qin Yu, hurry and die. Strictly speaking, this was the old turtle praying to himself. It seemed like a funny matter, but when the target was the abyss itself, it was impossible to laugh at. The abyss titan frowned, a dignified look in his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel the destructive might released by the shattering space clearly rising. This was a very serious problem, because no one's strength was truly infinite. No matter how astonishing one's strength was, in a situation where it couldn't be replenished, there would eventually come a time when it would run out of energy. Qin Yu didn't know how much longer he could last, because the strength resisting the shattering of space came from the little blue lamp. By relying on his own strength alone, even if he summoned the true body of the Abyss Titan, he could only be considered a freakishly strong demon commander. But in the end, a demon commander was a demon commander. Even a freakishly strong demon commander was still a demon commander. In his current state, any random spatial crack could tear him to pieces. Qin Yu didn't know how long the little blue lamp could last. Although he trusted in his closest partner, this unknown restlessness still left his complexion ugly. In fact, your strength has already risen extremely quickly. Looking at the abyss and vast yang, you can be considered a peak existence amongst the trillions of lives. But this is still not fast enough. You need to become stronger, because after I take action today, it is likely that I will trigger a series of uncontrollable changes. You can think of it as the pull of an invisible aura that will cause you to encounter even more troubles. Of course, you can also think of these troubles as opportunities to rapidly increase your own strength as long as you can survive. The little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated in Qin Yu's mind. There weren't many emotional fluctuations in its voice. But even so, Qin Yu could feel a trace of weariness in its voice. Qin Yu remembered the little blue lamp's words and didn't say anything else. He directly asked, "Do you have any problems?" If the little blue lamp couldn't continue, then he would die in the blink of an eye. Saying anything more would just be nonsense. So, this was the key point. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Then, it said, "No problem." As if to reassure Qin Yu, it paused for a moment and then said, "My weariness is mostly because I have sealed away the aura here so that no one can sense it. It is only a shadow, it cannot pose a threat to me." Sealed away the aura so that no one could sense it? Who could sense it? Of course it was the will of the abyss. Qin Yu's heart chilled. This was just a shadow that had been hiding for countless years and feared death to the extreme, yet it possessed such terrifying might. If so, then just how tyrannical was the true will of the abyss? In that moment, Qin Yu's heart surged with excitement. But just as these thoughts appeared, they were interrupted by the little blue lamp. Don't think too much about it, otherwise it is possible that you will be sensed. Although the probability is almost negligible, it is best if we don't take any risk. There was a faint warning in its voice. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He quickly gathered his thoughts, but he still couldn't help but think about it. Just thinking about it meant that he could be discovered? Just what sort of terrifying existence was that? The little blue lamp lightly said, "The disparity between you and it is probably as great as the distance from here to vast yang. Cultivate in peace. If everything goes smoothly this time, perhaps you will have a chance to touch upon its level." After he finished speaking, he silently added that the chances were even smaller than finding a lost grain of sand at the bottom of the sea. It was around 100,000 times smaller. Chapter 1150. The old turtle was waiting. He was waiting for Qin Yu to fail and be torn to pieces by the shattered space. But as he waited, his complexion changed. This was because he had waited for far too long, so long that the space cage he formed was nearly blown apart by arcane spell and profound strategies. But Qin Yu was still alive and well. Compared to when he first started, there was no change at all. That's right, there was no change at all. On the towering body of the abyssal titan, there wasn't even a scar to be seen. How was this possible? As a demon commander, no matter how freakish he was, there should be a limit. He should have died long ago. If Qin Yu didn't die, then the one to die in the end would be him. And the old turtle feared death the most. So, when he came to this realization, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. This would clearly have a bad effect on him and accelerate his death. This was because in a battle between true monarchs, any mistake would be magnified without limit. Elder arcane spell and monarch profound strategies roared out loud. Their true monarch bodies erupted with their greatest strength. The old turtle, that was barely holding on naturally, couldn't resist. With a pitiful cry, he was sent flying away. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of his body. Kacha, as the surface of the old turtle crumbled, a huge crack appeared in the towering temple on the ground. This was because, strictly speaking, they were one body to begin with. Their auras were connected and they shared weal and woe. Elder arcane spell and monarch profound strategies eyes brightened. The shadow of betrayal couldn't hold on for much longer. As long as they killed it, everything would come to an end. Of course, while they killed the shadow of betrayal, they also had to think of a way to protect their own interests. Qin Yu was far more astonishing than they had imagined. Within the space cage, the two true monarchs were well aware just what sort of formidable strength Qin Yu was still alive. There was definitely a great secret hidden within his body. As for what this secret was, the two true monarchs didn't want to know. Or, it was more accurate to say that in order to live comfortably, even if the secret was placed in front of them, they still wouldn't look at it. In this world, the more one knew, the more dangerous it was. In their long lives, they had already understood this truth. Their eyes met. With a single glance, the two true monarchs had already reached an agreement. If everything went smoothly, there was no need to mention it. The three of them would divide the benefit. But if by any chance, then they had to work together. They couldn't just be laborers for nothing. Of course, there were risks, but the rewards in front of them were enough for Elder Alpha and King of Profound Strategies to make the decision to confront them head-on if things went wrong. The space around Qin Yu continued to shatter, condense, shatter, and condense again. Just as the little blue lamp said, his safety was guaranteed and he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. Old Tortoise, on the other hand, couldn't hold on any longer. The abyssal titan narrowed its eyes and revealed a grave expression. Now it was time to wrap up the entire plan. This was the highest point, and it also meant the most intense danger. If he was not careful, everything he had done before would be meaningless. But in reality, everyone had underestimated the old tortoise's ability to survive, or to be more precise. His tenacious will to live was so tenacious that it caused tears to well up in one's eyes. Many times, Mysterious Mind and Mysterious Mind King had thought that the shadow of betrayal would completely collapse and disappear, but he still lived on strongly. It was just that its body had shrunk a lot and became extremely dim. This was a sign that its power was about to be exhausted. But he was still alive, even though he had been hammered miserably. Die for me! King Mysterious Mind angrily roared. In this battle, his true king body had been severely damaged. If he continued to maintain it, he would need to spend a massive amount of time to recover. In fact, once the consumption exceeded a certain limit, the difficulty of recovering would skyrocket. This was clearly a situation he didn't want to see. Bang! With a loud explosion, the old tortoise was sent flying away. Massive cracks appeared all over his body, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. This was because the shadow was an illusion to begin with, so it was impossible for it to have flesh and blood. But he was still alive. Even though his entire face was twisted and contorted in pain, his eyes were still filled with an intense desire to live. The reason he had a desire to live was because he feared death. But, more importantly, the old tortoise still had a final card in his hand. However, the old tortoise was still hesitating. Who should he use this card on? Because this was truly his final card. If it was effective, then he could continue living. Otherwise, he would truly die. Qin Yu's cultivation was the weakest, but he was also the most terrifying. Elder Mysterious Mind was an abyssal demon dragon, and because of his bloodline, he was doted on by the will of the abyss. Thus, he wasn't a good choice. Then, the only one left was King Xuanzi. The Netherworld King bloodline was strong enough. And what was even better was that this race had suffered the disdain of the abyss because of the grave mistakes they had committed. There was no time left. The old tortoise's incomparably illusory figure was covered with cracks. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and his body shivered. Success, he had to succeed. Bang, his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments. King Xuanzi was startled for a moment. He discovered that his fist had finally killed off the shadow of betrayal. He subconsciously smiled. But, just as this smile spread across his face, it froze in place before it could spread across his face. His eyes revealed shock and anger. King Xuanzi roared out loud and his true king body punched out. But, the wild strength that erupted wasn't able to affect the black shadow that flew towards him. It howled forwards, and in the blink of an eye it fused into his body. King Xuanzi froze where he was. He looked down at the true king body and the massive shadow it cast on the ground. Although the ripples it caused were small, it didn't escape his eyes. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His heart wildly beat in his chest, and the power of his bloodline erupted, sweeping through every inch of his flesh and blood. He hadn't obtained anything. King Xuanzi shivered. A cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart and gradually spread throughout his body. He opened his eyes and met the mysterious dragon's gaze. This old demon dragon, was he sympathizing with him? Yes, he was sympathizing, but even more so was fear. Damn it! This gaze caused King Xuanzi's complexion to become even uglier. The terrifying shock waves of strength in space were rapidly dissipating. But the ancestral land seemed to have lost its source of strength. Or, it could be said that the eternal and unchanging attribute that supported it was now disappearing. The most direct manifestation of this was that the speed at which space and Earth were being torn apart was slowing down. And at this time, Qin Yu also obtained his freedom. After a brief silence, the little blue lamp sighed. It said in his heart, just how afraid of death does it have to be to cultivate an immortal body as a shadow? In truth, the little blue lamp was only half sighing. The rest of its thoughts fell on Qin Yu. The shadow of betrayal had cultivated an immortal body. This was something that even he never imagined would happen. Thus, this was an unexpected situation that exceeded his plans. It wasn't that the little blue lamp's thoughts weren't meticulous enough, but that something like an immortal body, of course it wasn't something that could be healed after being injured. It wasn't an ability that was nearly undying and indestructible, that was a heaven-defying attribute. As long as one used it, they would be able to live. In short, it was terrifyingly difficult to cultivate and it basically wouldn't appear in this world. But, it had appeared, although it was an accident. Looking at the current situation, this accident wouldn't pose a threat. Rather, it would replace the most dangerous part of the little blue lamp's plan. Well, at this time, he could tell the truth. There was no perfect plan in this world. The more one wanted to obtain, the more one had to pay a corresponding price. So, Qin Yu's guess wasn't wrong. He originally wanted to take risks, But since he used the word originally to describe it, that meant he no longer needed to take risk. This was the second half of the little blue lamp's sigh. This brat Qin Yu's luck was truly invincible. Normally it was fine, but in a critical moment it was always so amazing. If it were only like this, the little blue lamp wouldn't have such a deep sigh. And the most important point was that the shadow of the abyss had cultivated an immortal body. And in the end, this shadow would become Qin Yu's. The previous description of 100,000 times smaller didn't seem to be appropriate anymore. If everything went smoothly, then it would be 10,000 times. No, it might be several thousand times, or even lower. Don't underestimate this reduction. It had to be known that the little blue lamp's goal was the will of the abyss itself. Sighing was sighing, but the little blue lamp reacted quickly. Thus, Qin Yu immediately received the revised follow-up plan. He stepped forwards and said in a low voice, "King Xuanzi, you're going to be in big trouble." King Xuanzi, who had nowhere to vent his anger, directly exploded. "I know, I don't need you to remind me." He was truly enraged. The shadow of betrayal was about to be eliminated. Although there was still the threat of Qin Yu, if he joined forces with this old demon dragon, there was a high chance they would be able to obtain a considerable amount of benefits. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the shadow of betrayal would self-destruct? Then, a fragment would fly out and become a part of his shadow. One didn't need to be a genius to know that this shadow fragment that had fused into him and couldn't sense any threat at all wasn't as simple as it seemed. What nonsense, that was the shadow of the abyss. And what left King Xuanzi most angry was why he had been chosen. That old demon dragon was stronger and larger than the shadow of betrayal, so wasn't he a better choice? And there was also Qin Yu. His cultivation was weak, and he was also trapped where he was, so why did the shadow of betrayal have to choose him? Did the shadow of betrayal think he was easy to bully, or did the shadow of betrayal think that he, as a true king, was weak? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. King Xuanzi's complexion paled, and his eyes darkened so much it seemed as if they would drip water at any moment. The shadow of betrayal rejoiced in his heart, but his complexion wasn't too good either. He had consumed the strength of a true king's body, and now it was over like this? He hadn't obtained any benefits at all. This wasn't the style of an abyssal demon dragon. Taking a deep breath, the shadow of betrayal said, "King Xuanzi, what happened?" King Xuanzi's face turned green. "What happened, if you ask me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Chapter 1151. He took a deep breath. "I must immediately return to the royal bloodline, farewell." He lifted a hand, about to tear open space. The old turtle's aura vanished, and there was no way for the ancestral land to continue sealing away a true king. Qin Yu lightly said, "King Profound Strategies, I fear you don't truly understand my meaning." He looked into King Profound Strategies' gloomy eyes. "The fragment of the shadow of betrayal has already taken root in your shadow. After a period of nurturing, it will complete its rebirth. At that time, it will slowly swallow up your shadow. Believe me, there is no way for you to stop it. The final result is that you will completely lose your own will and become a puppet that is possessed." King Profound Strategies coldly said, "How can you be sure?" Qin Yu said, "The reason I can be sure is because I know that the shadow of betrayal splits into is called the Time Immortal Body." He paused for a moment, his voice becoming increasingly low. "The general meaning of this name is that even the fleeting flow of time cannot destroy it. You should understand that time is undoubtedly the most formidable and irresistible force in this world." Time Immortal Body. Monarch Xuanji's pupils shrank. Although this was the first time he had heard this name, the moment he heard it clearly, he felt a cold fear rise from the bottom of his heart. Like a stone falling into the water, it caused ripples that gradually spread throughout his body. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His intuition told him that what Qin Yu said was true. He looked down at the shadow beneath him, as if he were staring at a bottomless black hole. It was like a gaping maw, diabolically grinning as it waited for him to fall into the abyss. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead and his complexion paled. This was because it wasn't just the old turtle that feared death. In fact, all living beings in the world instinctively feared death. Correspondingly, the stronger one was, the longer they lived, and the more intense their fear of death would be. The cold cruelty in his eyes slowly faded away, replaced by fear and restlessness. King Profound Strategies stared at Qin Yu. "What else do you know?" Qin Yu said, "I know how to save you." King Profound Strategies fell silent. He didn't doubt Qin Yu. If he could say the name of the time-immortal body, then it wasn't impossible for him to save him. He took a deep breath and said, "What do you want?" Qin Yu smiled. "I lack a powerful servant." "Impossible!" King Xuanji roared. His eyes widened as he glared at Qin Yu, anger burning within him. In any other situation, if Qin Yu dared to say such words, he would immediately be torn to pieces. This was the greatest humiliation to a true king. But the situation was stronger than him. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it for the possibility of survival. "Qin Yu, you should be well aware that in order to reach the true king realm, you must obtain the approval of the Abyss will and fuse with a portion of the Abyss's source. Strictly speaking, all true Abyss kings have become a part of the origin of the Abyss. It's impossible for me to become your servant." After pausing for a moment, he still said these words that were extremely humiliating and infuriating. Qin Yu put on an enlightened expression. He nodded. "So that's how it is. It seems this junior is ignorant." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Then let's change the condition. Senior, please stay by my side for a period of time. Let's tentatively set it as 100 years. Once the time limit is over, you will regain your freedom." He looked at King Xuanzi. To a true king, 100 years is nothing more than the blink of an eye. Compared to life or death, it isn't worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Junior guarantees that during this period of time I will give Senior sufficient respect. This was a type of negotiation technique. First put forth a request that was absolutely impossible. After being rejected, one could retreat and ask for the next best thing. This way, it wouldn't be easy to be rejected again. Moreover, Qin Yu's words were extremely tempting. Compared to life or death, 100 years was nothing at all. King Xuanzi's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Flames burned in his heart, burning his eyes red. As a formidable true king with the Netherworld king bloodline, when had he ever felt threatened like this? Very well, I agree. If he could suppress Qin Yu, then he could think of a way to force out everything from his mouth. But King Xuanzi didn't have full confidence. This was because Qin Yu's performance just now had been far too fierce. Who knew what other cards this brat had in his hands? If he provoked him, he couldn't die. He was alive and well, so how could he die? 100 years would pass in a flash. At that time, he could think of a way to settle accounts with Qin Yu. Humph humph humph. Did he really think that he wouldn't need to pay a price to humiliate a solemn true king? Qin Yu smiled. King Xuanzi, don't worry. I will soon help you take away the undying body fragment that has fused with your shadow. As he spoke to her, he looked at King Xuanzi and his smile became even brighter. With a stuffy cough, King Xuanzi clenched his teeth and said, I swear upon my source that I will follow Qin Yu for 100 years. If I violate this oath, I will be rejected by the Abyss. An invisible binding force immediately appeared. This was an instinct of the Abyss's will, and wouldn't arouse its attention. Qin Yu felt this binding force and his heart relaxed. Although he had a high chance that King Xuanzi wouldn't turn hostile because of this, before things had truly come to an end, any change could occur. Now, the situation had truly entered into a rhythm that Qin Yu controlled. Elder Arcane Magic felt as if he had just watched a wonderful drama. Although, strictly speaking, this drama was dry and the time it lasted was extremely short. Whether it was wonderful or not depended on the content. A solemn true king of the abyss was actually forced by a demon commander level junior to bow his head and be ordered around for 100 years. Well, even if this brat Chin Yu was incomparably abnormal and couldn't be viewed with common sense, he was still only a demon commander. Throughout the endless years of the abyss, let alone seeing something like this, they had never even heard of it. It was simply inconceivable. This was, without a doubt, a great show. Once this matter was spread out, King Xuance's old face would be thoroughly lost. The entire Netherworld royal bloodline would also be covered in dirt. This matter slightly washed away the gloominess of not having obtained anything in the end. But Elder Arcane Magic's attitude of watching the fun didn't last too long. As he felt Qin Yu's eyes fall on him, his heart chilled and he revealed a vigilant look. What did this brat want to do? He never imagined that a solemn true king of the abyss would reveal such an expression because of a junior's gaze. This was truly shameful. Qin Yu said, "Elder Arcane Magic, can you keep today's matters a secret?" Arcane Magic's heart chilled. He immediately thought of a possibility and said, "Of course. I can guarantee that I will not tell anyone." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I don't believe you. Arcane Magic. Bastard, if you don't believe me then why are you asking me? Are you deliberately playing with me?" Qin Yu turned his head. "King Xuanze, do you believe me? After all, I need time." King Xuanze was silent. This silence clearly represented some sort of attitude, because he already understood what Qin Yu was saying. The shadow of betrayal had been destroyed, but there was still a remnant left on his body. In normal circumstances, the chances of the will of the abyss detecting it were very small, but what if someone reported it? The abyssal demon dragon race had obtained the recognition of the abyss. If they made a small report, it would be far too easy. Perhaps they could even obtain a reward from the abyss. This was such a simple matter. Even if King Xuanze thought about it, if he were in Qin Yu's shoes, he would also be tempted. Of course, there was another hidden reason that couldn't be said out loud. That was, why was he the only one who was unlucky? You are a true king of the abyss, but so am I. Since I've fallen into a pit, it would be best if I could pull someone else down with me. At the very least, I could make that old demon dragon Arcane Magic shut up and never speak of this shameful matter. Qin Yu looked away. Elder Arcane Magic, look, even King Xuanze doesn't believe me. Elder Arcane Magic's complexion paled and his eyes darkened. He roared, "Qin Yu, do not forget that I came here today in accordance with the contract to help you. This is how you repay kindness with enmity." Qin Yu said, "The reason you gave me the contract is because someone has given you enough benefit. This is only a transaction. I don't owe you anything." As he spoke, he lifted a hand and pointed a finger forward. An invisible aura was released, pouring into the ancestral land space. It was still broken and hadn't been completely repaired. But at this moment it suddenly restored a bit of its imprisoning ability. It hadn't reached its peak, but even a true king of the abyss couldn't instantly shatter it. In other words, that old dragon Arcane Magic could forget about escaping. This brief delay was enough for King Xuanze to stop him. The face of the angry Arcane Magic stiffened. He stared at Qin Yu, an ominous light flashing in his eyes. This hateful little bastard. He had been secretly gathering his strength just now so that he could shatter the space of the ancestral land and escape from here. But before he could do anything, Qin Yu had moved, completely blocking off his escape route. Smart enough and decisive enough, you're ruthless enough. Elder Arcane Magic wasn't in the mood to continue acting. He coldly said, "Speak, what do you want?" He glanced at the silent King Xuanze. "I'm warning you in advance. Do not try to make any impossible requests. If worst comes to worst, I will fight you. You might not be able to keep me here." Qin Yu said, "Of course, I believe that Senior does indeed possess such formidable strength. But, I also believe that you should understand that, if Junior joins forces with King Xuanzi, there is still a small chance that we can kill you. Elder Arcane Magic remained silent. This was because he knew that Qin Yu wasn't wrong. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. So, this Junior's request is that you give me another contract, just like the previous one. Arcane Magic's complexion instantly became ugly. As he looked at Qin Yu's smiling face, he gnashed his teeth together, wishing he could tear Qin Yu into pieces and chew him to pieces. This little bastard, when he first gave him a contract, he ended up in such a situation. If he gave him another contract, would he end up any better? Perhaps he would even be toyed to death. No, just as he was about to speak he was interrupted. Qin Yu had a serious expression. Elder Arcane Magic, what Junior says is true. Please consider it and don't make things difficult for me. If I could choose, I really wouldn't want to be enemies with a formidable existence like you. Was this a form of flattery? But who cared about that? Arcane Dharma wished he could slap Qin Yu to smithereens. This damned brat, he was clearly threatening him. Finally, Arcane Magic chose to agree. This was because when the contract was signed, he tacitly agreed that he couldn't harm Qin Yu, otherwise he would suffer a backlash from the contract. Since King Xuanzi and Qin Yu's interests were one, this also guaranteed that Arcane Magic wouldn't reveal anything. This little bastard, he was quite thoughtful. Qin Yu put away the contract and bowed. Farewell, Senior Arcane Magic. Humph. Arcane Magic flicked his sleeves and shattered space. The moment he stepped in, Qin Yu's voice sounded out once more. Teacher Liao gave me something just now. He said that it might be useful to you. Consider this Junior's apology. Pa Arcane Magic reached out and grasped the demon crystal. After determining that there was no threat, he probed it with his divine sense. In the next moment, his body shook. He took a deep breath and glanced at Qin Yu. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the spatial crack. Schwa Arcane Magic's aura vanished. King Xuanzi wanted to know just what Qin Yu had left in the demon crystal that could cause the old demon dragon to reveal such a shocked expression. He glanced at Qin Yu. He originally thought that this boy would explain, but Qin Yu didn't do so. Senior King Xuanzi, before we leave, we should make some preparations. After all, I will need Senior to help me put on a play. The entire Evil Peaks city fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes widened, bulging out like fish out of oxygen, their faces dull and lifeless. This was because the vortex in the skies had suddenly shattered. That's right, without any warning, like a bubble, it completely disappeared with a pop sound. In the records of the nightmare race, this had never happened before. No one knew just what had happened. But without a doubt, a massive change had occurred. They urgently wanted to know what sort of impact this change would have and what sort of changes it would bring to the nightmare race. But now, all they could do was wait. Just at this moment, the sky above Erfing City was suddenly shattered. A figure appeared from within and took a step out. Chapter 1152. The Demon Dragon Race's Elder AOFA. How could it be him? Ancient King Clan Leader, Old King Clan Leader, and new faction Hong Chang's expressions changed at the same time, and they subconsciously took a step forward. Without waiting for them to speak, Offa shouted in a low voice with a cold expression, "The new Nightmare King has been born. It's just behind us." With that, he took a step forward, tore open space again, and vanished. A new king has been born? Who could it be? What had happened in the ancestors' land? It was as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. If it wasn't for that old demonic dragon, Offa, being extremely powerful and his back being shockingly large, he would have long since been captured and interrogated. As for now, the only choice was to continue waiting. Fortunately, the anxious wait did not last for too long. The sky shattered once more and a figure appeared once more. At first, it was blurry, but it quickly became clear. Yun Wuya's eyes widened in ecstasy, and he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. Qin Yu! It was Qin Yu! His laughter resounded throughout the entire Evil Peak city. In the azure tile courtyard, when Yun Lan heard Yun Wuya's laughter, he immediately relaxed, and a smile appeared on his pale face. He won. Qin Yu stepped out from the shattered space. That's right, he was alone. His eyes fell on the ancient King Patriarch, the old King Patriarch, and the new faction's red dress. After pausing for a moment, he smiled. 3 clan leaders, do you have any objections to me seizing the throne? A sliver of pressure was released from his body, and the expressions of the 3 nameless true monarchs changed. The pressure of the true Abyss King was not wrong, and this aura was indeed the pure aura of the King of Nightmares. But for some reason, when they looked at Qin Yu, they felt that something was wrong. The old royal family patriarch's eyes flashed. He was the first to step forward and bow. Nightmare Yun family patriarch greets my king. No matter what, Qin Yu represented the old king's bloodline. If he were to seize the throne in the end, that would be the best result for them. Hong Chang was the second to bow. Her bright eyes fell on Qin Yu's face. Hong Chang greets my king. The Gu Wang clan leader sighed in his heart, but he knew that the current situation was beyond his control. He respectfully followed behind the 2 and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the next moment, all the demons in Erfeng City knelt on the ground. Bang, above the endless vault of heaven, an aura suddenly descended. It was boundless and vast, instantly pouring into Qin Yu's body. His black robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a powerful aura erupted in an instant. The oppressive aura that belonged to the true Abyssal King swept out in all directions. This was the recognition of the will of the Abyss. The aura that fused into Qin Yu's body was the strength of the source of the Abyss. It represented the confirmation of his status as the King of Nightmares. There were no surprises. Qin Yu's heart relaxed. He swept his eyes over the prostrating ancient king, old king, and new faction. He lightly said, I know that all 3 of you are curious and puzzled. Come with me to the blue tile courtyard. If I can explain, I won't hide anything. Of course, it would be fake if he didn't hide it. But since Qin Yu hoped to truly grasp the position of the King of Nightmares, he had to think of a way to dispel the suspicions of these 3 old demons. Otherwise, he, the fake King of Nightmares, wouldn't be able to suppress the 3 nameless monarchs. He would be defeated if he wasn't careful. A moment later, in the hall of the blue tile courtyard, Qin Yu's former residence. He sat in the seat of honor. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger in the air. An invisible imprisoning strength immediately descended, completely sealing off the inside and outside. Feeling this imprisoning strength, the complexions of the ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang all changed. So strong. Moreover, he gave them a faint feeling of threat. The strength that Qin Yu displayed right now was far greater than what the new faction king had displayed before. In the Abyss, strength was the true status. The expressions that the 3 old demons revealed became a bit more restrained. Qin Yu said, The ancestral land has been destroyed. That existence that exists within will never appear again. The complexions of the ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang changed. They never thought that Qin Yu's first words would contain such explosive news. The ancestral land had really been destroyed before. When the vortex vanished, they already had a faint guess in their hearts. In the end, this was the nightmare ancestral land, and its aura was connected to the entire tribe. As the true monarchs of their tribe, they were certainly able to sense it. But now that they received confirmation from Qin Yu's own mouth, the impact of their emotions still shook their hearts. Qin Yu waited for a moment, allowing them to digest this news. Then, he continued to say, Now, the 3 of you can ask your questions. I must say in advance that there are some secrets that I can only conceal. Hong Chang was the first to speak. Just who is that existence within the ancestral land? She paused for a moment, her tone becoming increasingly urgent. Or, to be more precise, What is his relationship with the nightmare tribe? Qin Yu glanced at her and said, that one, strictly speaking, should be considered a parasite hidden within the nightmare race. Of course, saying that he is the old ancestor of the nightmare tribe isn't wrong, because it is because of his existence that the nightmare tribe has its current status. Hong Chang frowned. She clearly wasn't satisfied with this explanation. Qin Yu waved his hand, interrupting her before she could speak. I know what you want to say, fine, I can tell you the truth. But, this matter is far too important and cannot be revealed in the slightest, otherwise the nightmare tribe will be exterminated. The ancient King Patriarch, old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang sucked in a deep breath, their heartbeats instinctively accelerating. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the three of them. He slowly said, the existence within the ancestral land is a shadow of the abyss. Then, he explained the situation. Simply put, it was 90% true and 10% false. After Qin Yu's words were processed, the story was still the same, but it had a different flavor. As the three old demons listened, their complexions changed again and again. They constantly verified what they already knew, and then, everything matched up. No wonder, as long as one was chosen to enter the ancestral land and seize the throne, they could directly become a true abyssal king. No wonder all previous abyssal kings, no matter what race they came from, gave off an essential feeling of familiarity. No wonder the relationship between the ancestral land and the nightmare tribe wasn't close at all, and even gave off an icy cold feeling of plundering, a shadow that developed its own will and resisted the abyss, unwilling to dissipate so. This was the reason why the nightmare tribe was able to rise, but was he really just a simple shadow? Moreover, this shadow had vanished. In other words, the nightmare tribe had lost their ancestral land. Although they had already thought of this possibility, when they truly faced the present situation, they still instinctively felt loss. In the future, would the nightmare tribe still be able to maintain their status today? Or, could it be said that with the disappearance of the ancestral land, they would inevitably fall into a state of weakness and eventually collapse? The old King Patriarch slowly said, although this is a bit offensive, I still have to ask, what is your true identity? Qin Yu could feel the eyes that gathered on him. It was clear this was one of the things they cared about the most right now. It was no less important than the true secret of the ancestral land. This was because Qin Yu was the current Nightmare King. He controlled the entire tribe and could control the future and rise and fall of the tribe. The will of the abyss cannot be disobeyed. Since a shadow of betrayal was born, it would naturally think of a way to thoroughly erase it. Marquis Qianjun was an executor, but his actions were too slow. Thus, I appeared to erase the mistake and return everything to the right track. Qin Yu faintly smiled. This is my identity. He didn't directly answer, but this answer was clearly enough. The ancient King Patriarch, the old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang nodded inwardly, thinking that this was indeed the case. Like this, the identity of Marquis Qianjun had been taken. Moreover, the matter of his sudden disappearance had been quietly resolved. There was no need for a useless executor to continue existing. It was normal for him to be eliminated by the will of the abyss. Moreover, Qin Yu's actions had caused the three old demons to believe his words even more. This was because they had long suspected Marquis Qianjun, and now that they had confirmed many things, everything became clearer. At this point, the three old demons believed 70 to 80% of Qin Yu's words. In fact, this was already a very good result. Without staying for too long, the ancient King Patriarch, the old King Patriarch, and Hong Chang bid their farewells and left. As he watched them leave, Qin Yu frowned. He immediately relaxed and said in a soft voice, "They are indeed cautious enough. But it doesn't matter. As long as I am not exposed on the spot, I have passed the most difficult hurdle. From now on, I am the new Nightmare King." Even with Qin Yu's shrewdness and intelligence, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement. As a life form of the vast Yang world, He had actually become the nightmare king of the abyss. This was simply inconceivable. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly suppressed his surging emotions. He looked down at the shadow beneath him, anticipation in his eyes. Now is the time to take inventory of my harvest.